All righty. What's going on, people? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Big Dog Philly, peace. Good to have you here. Yep, I just caught yours. I was listening in the back while I was working, but I was there. Appreciate you. You always coming with that real. Everybody else that's here, I'm trying something. I'm gonna do no reposting. I'm not even gonna share mine out. Leave it up to that. I'm gonna see who got the links, what we doing, and we just gonna flow. All right. I'm gonna repost a couple people that I won't come up here, but outside of that, I'm not doing it. So let's get started. Greetings. What's going on? Everybody in the building, business, what's going on? Oh, most welcome, most welcome. Yep, we're gonna make that. Yeah. You know, we always gotta bring some spirit, some life to it. People gonna get tired of me. I don't care. Hey, we're gonna get right to it, man. Let's ride down the stream neighborhood. Hold on. Hold on. Let me I'm trying to find something else. Trying to find something else. All right. Bringing up some California stuff. Yeah. Let's see if I can find some stuff on mortgages. Let's see if I can find some fraud. All right. All right. I'm on this one. All right. All right, cool. All right, I got them up. We're going to get that in. All right, let's go window. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So not too much on TikTok. I don't know if they didn't switch my thing up and started changing my whole whole thing. I said, well, let's just deal with some good stuff. Let's go. Man, I ain't even sharing the dang on screen. Okay, I'll get that link. Let me start this over.
Yes, we used to do this back in the... I learned practically everything you need to know about a chicken from the farm to the table. We have a farm that is absolute highest standards for producing chicken in the country.
I got that link. Isn't I got that link. I'm gonna pull that up.
My middleman and I have been doing business for over 25 years. He knows what I need as a chef. So it starts with this raw product that comes here fresh every day, 6 days a week. So that's the process for seasoning the chicken. Now we're going to take it to the cooler. The new goes to the top. The stuff from the day before goes to the bottom, and then we kind of cycle it in the middle is what's used in the day. Make sure that it's marinated for at least 24 hours or so. You can only imagine how many biscuits and how much chicken we go through if we get these once a week. So in the brown mix is for chicken, the white is for the biscuits. So we load them here, we count it, make sure we have enough, and then we bring it in and we load it for the restaurant. So right now I'm gonna get the batter and I'm gonna walk you guys through how we get that process going. Yes, we used to do this back in the restaurant in Compton, and that was actually one of my first jobs in high school. I would have to drive all the way out to the restaurant that my dad had in Compton and make this by hand. Trenton is my middle son. He works real closely with me on everything Honey's Kettle. He's an amazing chef, truly amazing. So here's the mix, and it has all the ingredients, flours, of course, different spices and seasonings, and different types of salts. So we start with filtered water, fresh filtered water. That gives us the best flavor, the best crisp. My dad has been doing these recipes and creating these recipes for years. So every so often, he changes up the amount of water we use because he wants it to be a perfect consistency. We're probably going to something like 100 pounds a day of batter mix. That would be 2 of those bags you just saw. Pour that in.
Boy, that's some good eats right there. That's some good eats.
Ready. It's like a perfect consistency after the 3 minutes and the amount of mix we did. It's like I like to call it like a melted ice cream milkshake type of consistency. So what we do is we come to the raw chicken here. This is the marinated chicken, and we put it to one side like that. And the purpose for that is when we go to dip the chicken in it, we don't want the batter to fall off really slow, because then it's going to be caked on batter. And we don't want it falling off so fast that it has no bubbles to it. We dip it in our batter, and you see that nice creaminess and how it shakes, and we shake off the excess, and then we drop it in there. And you see that batter, see how it's dripping off? You're already an expert. If you say it's not running off like water, it does have a certain thickness that's holding. Our chicken is made through a process. We call it the reinvention of kettle fried chicken. A kettle is a deep vat of oil. We're talking like 50 pounds of oil. We use 100% peanut oil. It's the highest grade of oil you can use. When we drop our wet chicken, it goes to the bottom. So what it's doing is locking a crust, a crispy, crackling crust. And that crust is going to lock in all the natural. I learned practically everything you need to know about a chicken.
Now I'm going to watch this again because I'm taking notes. My deep frying skills is not good. It's non-existent. I'm learning how to deep fry. When I start my restaurant, you got to have the deep fry. I mean, you got to have some nice biscuits. You got to have some nice cornbread. You got to have some good sides. You gotta put that together. Me, I'm just a smoker, like pause. I mean, not that type of smoker, but that pit. I'm on that pit. But that deep fry game, got to step that up. Man, I had a partner out in LA, boy, Rod. Oh boy, man, this dude can deep fry. And it's just stupid. Chicken
from the farm.
We call him Rob Bass.
To the table.
Shout out to Rob Bass. I miss my LA partners, man.
We have a farm that is absolute highest standards for producing chicken in the country. My middleman and I have been doing business for over 25 years. He knows what I need as a chef. So it starts with this raw product that comes here fresh every day, 6 days a week. So that's the process for seasoning the chicken. Now we're going to take it to the cooler. The new goes to the top. The stuff from the day before goes to the bottom, and then we kind of cycle it in the middle is what's used in the day. Make sure that it's marinated for at least 24 hours or so. You can only imagine how many biscuits and how much chicken we go through if we get these once a week. So in the brown mix is for chicken, the white is for the biscuits. So we load them here, we count it, make sure we have enough, and then we bring it in and we load it for the restaurant. So right now I'm gonna get the batter and I'm gonna walk you guys through how we get that process going. Yes, we used to do this back in the restaurant in Compton, and that was actually one of my first jobs in high school. I would have to drive all the way out to the restaurant that my dad had in Compton and make this by hand. Trenton is...
That's what I'm talking about. Look, Compton, I mean, man, the mom and pops in Compton, some of the best food. I mean, they got the barbecue spot right over there by Centennial High School, Centennial Compton High School. You got this spot right here. I mean, it reminded me of Sacramento back in the day. You know, those authentic mom and pops, you getting authentic food. Yeah.
My middle son, and he works real closely with me on everything Honey's Kettle. He's an amazing chef, truly amazing. So here's the mix, and it has all, the ingredients, flours, of course, different spices and seasonings and different types of salts. So we start with filtered water, fresh filtered water. That gives us the best flavor, the best crisp. My dad has been doing these.
It's hard to find these restaurants anymore. You know what I'm saying? I mean, shout out to the social media streams like TikTok and Instagram. Like, these people are just being buried in the commercial. Over the commercial, you got this spot right here. You got Blood Souls. The barbecue spot is called Blood Souls across the street from the from the school. And yeah, if you ain't nervous, go over there and get you some good eats.
Recipes and creating his recipes for years. So every so often, he changes up the amount of water we use because he wants it to be a perfect consistency. We're probably going to something like 100 pounds a day of batter mix. That would be 2 of those bags you just saw. Pour that in. So we're ready. It's like the perfect consistency after the 3 minutes and the amount of mix we did. It's like I like to call it like a melted ice cream milkshake type of consistency. So what we do is we come to the raw chicken here. This is the marinated chicken. And we put it to one side like that. And the purpose for that is when we go to dip the chicken in it, we don't want the batter to fall off really slow because then it's going to be caked on batter. And we don't want it falling off so fast that it has no bubbles to it. We dip it in our batter, and you see that nice creaminess and how it shakes, and we shake off the excess, and then we drop it in there. And you see that batter, see how it's dripping off? You're already an expert. If you say it's not running off like water, it does have a certain thickness that's holding. Our chicken is made through a process. We call it the reinvention of kettle fried chicken. A kettle is a deep vat of oil. We're talking like 50 pounds of oil. We use 100% peanut oil. It's the highest grade of oil you can use. When we drop our wet chicken, it goes to the bottom. So what it's doing is locking a crust, a crispy, crackling crust. And that crust is gonna lock in all the natural. I learned practically.
Man. Yeah.
Let's harvest some lunch for meal prep this week.
Now, see, my spot is going to be double-edged on it. Not just restaurant. It's going to have garden in the back. It's going to have a store. It's going to be nice. See, I got a cool little green thumb. It's kind of like light green. It ain't dark green yet. But doing all this stuff is tedious. Boy, they got some easy old little whatchamacallits, man. I mean, making your life simple.
Let's harvest some lunch for meal prep.
See, that's good work. See, take some skill to do that. Now, this is crazy. See how he just cut that edge of that banana off, put it in, that's aloe vera. That's an aloe vera plant. Cut that open, put that in there, drop it in the soil. Man, look at this. Look at this. This is like a form of cloning. This is a form of cloning. That's crazy work. And then they take it out the soil and then repackage it. It's crazy work. Look at that. And then they came out red. Man, that's crazy. Let me look at the hold on. Let me come over here. Who's here? Hey, what's going on, Sister Jackie? How you doing, sis? Yeah, appreciate you being here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You going there? Yeah. I go back out there because I'll be out there at the end of this month. Yeah, going there. Going there. Yeah, Blood Souls, he went Hollywood. He over there downtown Hollywood right now. He didn't blew up. Once they showed him on the diners, drive-ins, and dives on the Food Network, blew up. Yeah, he blew up. All right. Now we're getting into some other stuff. You know, I got to get my politics in, y'all. I got.
Well, this was a big one, wasn't it? This was a big decision. An amazing decision, one that we're very happy about. This morning, the Supreme Court has delivered a monumental victory for the Constitution, the separation of powers, and the rule of law in striking down the excessive.
Now, I ain't going to do too much today. I'm just going to roam around with some things. Y'all go ahead to hit the panel a little bit, isn't it? Jackie, come up here and let's talk about it.
Use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch. The Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that, but this case is very important. I was elected on a historic mandate, but in recent months we've seen a handful of radical left judges effectively try to overrule the rightful powers of the president to stop the American people from getting the policies that they voted for in record numbers. It was a grave threat to democracy, frankly, and instead of merely ruling on the immediate cases before them, these judges have attempted to dictate the law for the entire nation. In practice, this meant that if any one of the nearly 700 federal judges disagreed with the policy of a duly elected president of the United States, he or she could block that policy from going into effect or at least delay it for many years, tie it up in the court system. This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades. And we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century, me. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this.
Trump is petty as a mug. He said, me. Boy, he be acting like a little, boy, he be acting immature.
And we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century, me.
Me. That dude be acting like, yeah. But that's good, though. That's good. That's how you know he competitive. Yeah.
I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion.
Yeah, he said democracy. He said democracy. Yeah, he did. He did. Let's go back.
And we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions. This meant that if any one of the nearly 700 federal judges disagreed with the policy of a duly elected president of the United States, he or she could block that policy from going into effect or at least delay it for many years, tie it up in the court system. This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades. And we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century, me. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country.
There we go. There we go.
On a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case, because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. So thanks to this decision, we can now properly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people. This is a decision that covers a tremendous amount of territory. But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud.
All right, so look, whoever listening, that right there is like spelled out. Now, the unnecessary funding and what he says enjoin, let me explain to you the legal term enjoin. That means the Birthright Citizenship, Naturalization Act, Civil Rights, all the different acts that was put in place for specific people that he mentioned was manipulated by Congress in order to include, right? That's enjoin is the legal term, but it means to include other people that they, in their own interest, would be considered to fall under that category. And this is where you get into all these plenary doctrines, trust doctrines, and these persons where they can apply it to other people to fall under that that specific title. What's going on, Ty Sam? What's going on? Get back. What's going on? Appreciate y'all here. So go ahead and hit the thumbs down. Don't even hit the thumbs up. Just hit the thumbs down. Now I'm playing with you. Hit something. You know what I'm saying? All right. So this is important, right? Enjoin. So it's just like you go into court and somebody summons you into court, right? But they have some other issue going on and somehow you get involved in that. That means they enjoined you into the case. That means they included you in the matter, and at the same time, you don't even know what you're dealing with. But what that does, if you see, as it been very clearly, they actually put it on the screen now because they've been hiding it prior over the last 50 years, is that these people are getting, and I'm gonna bring that thing up in Texas, just for example, and the stuff that was going on in California, I got to go look for those, but the Texas one I don't have to because that was in my recent email. But I mean, these people are getting A1 credit. They get A1 credit. Number one. What's going on, old dude? They get A1 credit. They're getting social services benefits. Now, with social services, they're also getting Social Security. They're getting food. They're getting what they call CalFresh now. They're getting GR, what you call general relief or general assistance cash aid. They're getting HUD, or I should say FHA, which is the Fair Housing Act benefits. Also, they're getting small business loans. They're getting everything that did not exist prior to I would say, they started in 1866, 1868, but after the treaties were changed with some of the Indian nations at that time, a lot of these things that were implemented were only for specific people. These people that started coming in, flooding the areas, they started getting those. This is why Trump is saying that none of that applies to them. None of it applies to them. But they're getting everything. I mean, they're actually coming in there with A1 credit off nothing. Then people say, well, don't worry about that. I mean, yeah, I need to worry about that because then they're allotting the funds that's going in a different direction. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if they actually move the funds where they're supposed to be. That means your townhouse meetings, your what do they call them? Townhouse or whatever, townhome meetings. You have your Black Caucus. You have your Black business commerce. All these in every city, every county, they have these things. You also have all these grants for community service. You have all these different aspects of things that have been shifted in a different direction. Just think about that. Anybody that might be old enough to know, in the 90s, not 70s, 80s, in the 90s, there was still our communities. But the shift started happening, right? So like anybody from California, I mentioned it about Prop 187. Now, everybody knows what 187 means and legal aspects. That was the killing of affirmative action. See, affirmative action came after the Civil Rights Act was put in 1968. That's what happened. The 1968 Indian Civil Rights Act, or what people just call the Civil Rights Act, the Negro Civil Rights Act. Pretty much right after that, the people, the so-called Black people, Indians, whatever, started getting government jobs, post office, county, state, fed, everything. People was working up in there. That thing was fully laced with our people working. Next thing you know, it started like right at the end of the 80s into the 90s, where basically these people started, and this is where the shift actually began. It didn't begin with foreigners. It began with so-called white women, where after a while, they ended up getting benefits or voting for benefits, burning the bra and all that type of stuff. And they started getting jobs. They started bringing them into the workforce. But prior to that, white women was not in the workforce. It was a select few. But if they was in the workforce, it was in the workforce under specific jobs. Now, what happened after that is they had to figure out how, because they saw what was happening. They didn't know that our people were just going to come right into the government in a matter of 20, 30, 40 years and just take off. Obviously, these people was unaware that our people was already intelligent and we couldn't adapt. Right. We did run our own businesses. We did have our own land. We did have our own product. Yeah, we knew how to count. So they said, oh, shit, in a matter of minutes, here you go. Prop 187, Pete Wilson. Now, I'm just talking about California. That's right, old dude. Ain't adding up. But it's cool. Hey, just tell him, oh, dude, just tell him put the thumbs down. Just say thumbs down. Do something. Yeah, but after that, that's when white women started coming in. And I know, for example, for an example, like personal experience, not for me, but for somebody I know, was actually training They was having these new hires come in, bunch of women, not sisters, white women coming in, and he was training them. You know, he had a good government job. I'm telling you, like he fresh out of high school. I mean, I would say by the time he 21, 22, he making some good money. After a while, he training them. Next thing you know, they getting promoted over him. He training them for the job that he was supposed to have. They put him up over him. And they kept doing it. And that's what happened. Next thing you know, here you go. I mean, because black women and black men was, I'm just using the black term allegedly. We ain't doing that right now. I got to flow with this. Right? Black men and black women at that time, Negro, Black, Indian, American men and women were working in the system. It wasn't just men. Like for black men and black women, everybody was working in there. You know what I'm saying? In all different levels. City, county, state, federal. Everybody had jobs. I mean, jobs. It was booming. Then you had your business people. You had your restaurants, the gas stations, the liquor stores. You had the churches. Everything was booming. And after that happened, the white women were catapult to these foreigners come in. So who comes in next? Because those first white women that was coming in during that time was mostly those people, those Irish, German, Italian, that group. And, you know, some French. But that was pretty much the most part, the most significant amount of people, type of people that was coming in. Next thing you know, here come the Russians, the Armenians, Turks, Asians, Koreans. Well, not Asians, Chinese, Koreans, Japanese. All these groups started coming in through this time. And they set them up. More and more and more. Here come another war. These people come in. So every war that happened, those people came into America. You see what I'm saying? All right, let's get back to it. Where are we at with this one?
This is our land. We own it. We have proof of ownership of our land. It's called the Agricultural Non-Population Schedule from 1850 to 1880. My ancestors.
All right, snapshot that. Get back. Snapshot that. Evidence of ceded land. Agricultural non-population schedules. So if you have that in your records, there you go.
Has made improvements, and we were deprived of that.
Article 15. At the expiration of the 90 days notice aforesaid, the selection which is to change the tenure of the land in the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations from a holding in common to a holding in severalty shall take place, when every Choctaw and Chickasaw shall have the right to 1/4 section of land, whether male or female, adult or minor, and if in actual possession or occupancy of land improved or cultivated by him or her, shall have a prior right to the 1/4 section in which his or her improvement lies.
All right, let's go back to that. Let's go back.
That
Article 15.
and we were deprived of that.
Article 15.
Okay, so this is Article 15. This is the Choctaw-Chickasaw Treaty. 1866. I was talking about 1866. Now, okay, so the Choctaw-Chickasaw had a treaty together. The Cherokee, I think they had their own treaty. The Creek Seminole had their treaty. Let's see what this is actually talking about, because she's actually no, not she. What she is trying to say is that what he's saying is that this is evidence of ceded land. And we'll pull up the definition of cede. You guys can look it up. It means granted, gifted, yielded. Let's see where she's going with this.
At the expiration of the 90 days notice aforesaid, the selection which is to change the tenure of the land in the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations from a holding in common to a holding in severalty shall take place when every...
Okay, let me read this. Okay, at the expiration of the 90 days notice aforesaid, the selection which is to change the tenure of the land. Tenure is kind of like 10 years. Wait, the tenure of the land in the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations from a holding in common. So this is changing the tenure of the land in the Choctaw and Chickasaw nation. So tenure means that when you have tenure, like you have a job, when you have tenure, that means you've been there 10 years. So you pretty much have written your ticket. So you good. So this is changing the tenure between the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations from a holding in common. So what this is saying, that these lands that they are supposed to be ceding, as she's saying, was actually held in common between each other as maybe their own treaties and agreements.
Choctaw and Chickasaw shall have the right to 1/4.
All right, so in common to a holding in severalty. So severalty means like to sever. So, and you put severalty behind, you put ALTY behind it. I'm just making an educated guess that, excuse me, that there's, I guess it's multiple, more than one. Okay, so severalty shall take place when every Choctaw and Chickasaw shall have the right to 1/4 section of land. And you could actually view that on in Oklahoma as well, and in other places what you see as well. Like if you actually do what is called a not just a appraisal, you do an assessment on the land where you got the 1/4 east mile of the 1/2 north, and this is what they're talking about. It's like they're carving this thing out. Shall have the right to 1/4 section of land where the male or female, adult or minor, and if in actual possession or occupancy of land improved or cultivated by him or her, shall have a prior right to the 1/4 section in which his or her improvement
Section of land
lies.
whether male or female, adult or minor, and if in actual possession or occupancy of land improved or cultivated by him or her, shall have a prior right to the 1/4 section in which his or her improvement lies.
Now, this is connected to homestead or what you would consider what they call homestead rights. Like if you're there, you've been there for a certain period of time and you did some work and made some improvements, you now have homestead. Yeah, you have homestead. And prior occupancy, so on and so forth. But the language that they're utilizing, occupancy and improvements, those are legalese terms. That actually kind of gives you colorable title and makes you a tenant. Or not just a tenant, but it's actually given rights and titles or some encumbrance from some other different nation or sovereign or the United States. See what I'm saying? Hold on. I guess that's done. Hold on. Let me check. I can't see the chat when I'm in there. Okay. None of your business. What's happening? Appreciate everybody being here. Yup. Sharice. Superman. All right. We rolling. All right. All right. Here's what we're doing here. Now, I told you I was cruising. I'm going to take it wherever I want to take it. Okay, so the smoke signal brought up democracy, right? He brought up democracy. Let me hide this real quick. Let me do this. I see some people up here that's out there on a boat without a paddle. So let me fix that. Where is my thing at? All right, where we at? All right, there we go. See people up there on a boat without a paddle. You can't be up here on a boat without a paddle. Don't worry about it. I know them. I know them people. They all right with me. I know them. All right, so look. All right, look at it like this. If, and only if, you're claiming something, that you really don't have no right to claim, right? You're claiming by declaration, but you're actually claiming by declaration for some other people that aren't here, that might possibly be here. When that thing was put together, it was put together for a group of people that was already here. Now I'm going back to the birthright citizenship and what comes behind it. Because I think the confusion is just people talk about birthright citizenship and the 14th Amendment and the benefits and privileges, and they separate them. Right? Civil rights is all separated. What comes with birthright citizenship? What comes with the 14th Amendment? What comes with benefits and privileges? What comes with civil rights? What was supposed to happen at that time? Now, I'm just saying, just think about it, riding around, we ain't got shit to do, so we just talking about it. But, hey, just putting that on your mind because we got to address it. Now, the other thing we're going to address is we're going to address democracy, amongst other things. We're going to address that, right? Gonna give it. Smoke signal came in there and he said, did he mention democracy? Yeah, he did.
favorite laws to stand on in court, along with the rights of indigenous peoples.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm going to save that one. I'm going to say that one for last.
African American. When you say the word African American related to the indigenous people of this land, a person from the continent of Africa who is Chinese, who is Caucasian, or who is African, when they arrive in the United States and become a citizen, can claim themselves to be African American. And some can even say they're more African American than most. So I think that word needs to be eliminated from this discussion of reparations. The word African.
Now, I played this yesterday. I want to play it again. I think I just might play this every time I go live. Now, this is where people, like you said, you know, the one brother came up here, talked about the other brothers, you know what I'm saying? That's on the other side of the aisle. Let's keep it democratic. Let's keep it political when we deal with these people. How about we utilize the term these people? How about this? How about we come up with the term these people on the other side of the aisle? It just came to me. Firekeeper, it just came to me. We'll just call them these people on the other side of the aisle. It's a good, safe way to do it. You know, because they never really have good conversation. One is standing, the other one's sitting. They're having conversations over here, they're having conversations over there, right? Think about it like that. So we'll just say, these are people on the other side of the aisle. How about that? Can we work with that? We're going to work with that over here. Politically correct. You know what I'm saying? Just being political and politically correct. See, you ain't got to call them out like their name. You know what I mean? You ain't got to go off on them. Say, yeah, them people on the other side of the aisle. Right? That's good. You feel me? All right, let's get back to it. Let's hear that one again. Wait a minute. Did I bring it back up? Sure didn't. Sure didn't.
African American. When you say the word African American related to the indigenous people of this land, a person from the continent of Africa who is Chinese, who is Caucasian, or who is African, when they arrive in the United States and become a citizen, can claim themselves to be African American. And some can even say they're more African American than most. So I think that word needs to be eliminated from this discussion of reparations. The word African American.
I couldn't have said that no better myself. See, this is why y'all youngsters should appreciate the older people, because we're going to keep it basic. We're going to deal with the subject matter. We're going to deal with the subject matter. All y'all got to do is when it's time to go, be ready. You better not be talking. Because if you're talking, that means you ain't ready for what needs to be ready for. We don't need you to be talking. We need you to be doing. All right? Let's go on to the next one.
is taking accountability for their tribe's history with slavery.
One is the truth will set us free, so talking truthfully about the history of where it starts. Honoring freedmen's rights to citizenship is really about honoring treaty rights. I mean, we spend a great deal of time at the Cherokee Nation, and tribes across the Indian country do this as well, talking about treaty rights, talking about the fact that the United States has violated every treaty it ever signed with every tribe in this country. So we got to hold ourselves to that same standard.
The Cherokee Nation is taking accountability for their tribe's history with slavery.
One is the truth will set us free, so talking truthfully about the history of where it starts. Honoring freedmen's rights to citizenship is really about honoring treaty rights. I mean, we spend a great deal of time at the Cherokee Nation, and tribes across India.
Okay, what you guys make out of that? I'm gonna tell you what I heard. See what y'all made out of that. What I made out of that is that he just equated the freedmen's with the Indians. Now, you know, the argument's always been Indians and freedmen's are different, or the freedmen's are a mixture of Indians and African slaves, Negroes otherwise. Correct? Correct. Now, what this guy just said is that the violation of the freedmen's is a violation of the treaties. Freedmen's ain't got no treaties if they slaves. What's going on, Nate? What's going on, brother? You see what I'm saying? You look at it from that perspective, right? Let's play it again. I'm telling you what I heard. Just try it again. Try it again. Let's go all the way back.
The Cherokee Nation is taking accountability for their tribe's history with slavery.
One is the truth will set us.
Now, he's saying the Cherokee and slavery, right? That's another conversation. That's another conversation. So let's not focus there. Let's focus on this part, please. Just for right now.
So talking truthfully about the history of where it starts, honoring freedmen's rights to citizenship is really about honoring treaty rights. I mean,
so honoring freedom rights for freedmen. No, how do you say it? Wait a minute. How do you say that?
Freedmen's rights to citizenship is really about.
Okay, freedmen's rights to citizenship is actually
honoring treaty rights. I mean, we spend a great.
Is actually honoring treaty rights. All right.
Great deal of time at the Cherokee Nation, and tribes across the Indian country do this as well, talking about treaty rights, talking about the fact that the United States has violated every treaty it ever signed with every tribe in this country.
Okay, so then he moves over to the United States has violated every single treaty. See, I'm going to play this one, and I'm going to play this one a day. I go live. If anybody wants to argue that, feel free to come over here. And I'm talking to the other side of the aisle. To the other side of the aisle, if you want to debate this, then we could debate it. Now, you're not going to be able to run behind the fact. You say, well, you say he's not Indian. Look at him. Yeah, but he got access to the records. I know that much. He got access. Let's just listen to it again for shits and giggles.
The Cherokee Nation is taking accountability for their tribe's history with slavery.
One is the truth will set us free, so talking truthfully about the history of where it starts. Honoring freedmen's rights to citizenship is really about honoring treaty rights. I mean, we spend a great deal of time at the Cherokee Nation, and tribes across the Indian country do this as well, talking about treaty rights, talking about the fact that the United States has violated every treaty it ever signed with every tribe in this country. So that whole
not to church, everyone. Now, What he's saying is, now this is just my translation, might be true, might not be true, but in his translation, what he's saying is that these people, them, they are the ones that participate in helping the United States in their violation of every treaty. That's the key. This is where slavery comes in. Slavery, by another name, is them being able to manipulate the system by all these plenary doctrines in order to gain an advantage, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying? People want to say, well, niggas did it. Maybe a few. They got greedy. But was it the whole? Nah. I don't subscribe to that. I think it was something else. You know what I'm saying? I think it was something else. So, if the Cherokee, right, this one, which I consider to be more or less a tribal enterprise, working with the United States government versus the actual tribe, that would be considered to be a nation, an Indian nation that wrote these treaties. So in what he's saying, because we know he's a foreigner, they already exposed that. If he's a foreigner and he's actually within the Cherokee Nation, that means they have a nation within a nation, or government or organization within the nation. Just like you have a United States, wait for it, you have a United States that is considered to be the United States, but not actually the United States, functioning as the United States back when it was started. That came after, that was the beneficiary of the Continental Congress when they separated itself from the British, as they tell us. See what I'm saying? Think about it. The only way we're going to make it work is if you think about the other side of the spectrum. It's like looking at it from the other side of the mirror. The other way ain't working. It ain't working. It's not going to work. Obviously, we're looking at what? How many years? We're looking at 100+ years. So all these things that's been happening has been happening based on the wrong claim. So if the Cherokee, the Creek, the Seminole, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw have all been involved in allowing a new form of government, right? 1933 with the United States. If you have governments in here, right? These are tribal governments. These are tribal governments. I showed you the definitions. You can go back to the Black's Law Dictionary. You can read 4th, 5th, 9th. You can read any of them and tell you exactly who the Indians are and what tribes are. Tribes are considered to be governmental entities. Okay. Okay. All right, we had enough of that.
Is deprivation of rights under the color of law. Pay attention.
Abusing your discretion to break the law, right? This is a very simple concept. So if your sheriff's department are going out and executing a warrant that's based upon a judge who relied upon a prosecutor who abused their power by relying upon an inferior state statute that permitted them or directed them to charge by way of information as opposed to indictment, violating the Constitution of the United States, that sheriff is committing a crime. When that sheriff arrests that person, takes them into county jail, who you guys pay the budget for, prepare the budget for, and they house them there, that housing.
Look at these people's faces. They're like, oh, is that what you meant? See, in these colorable acts, right? In these colorable acts, where is it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? It ain't there. How about we do this? 18 USC 241. All right, we're going to start there. But I'm just bringing it up so you guys can hear what he's saying. But you look at their faces. They know that they have been instructed, right? Because a lot of these people don't know. I mean, these people are on automatic. When I say they on automatic, they on automatic. They're robots. They follow the same game plan. And all they know is that the information and whatever that they're applying holds no weight unless you agree to it. The unrebutted anything stands as truth. So this guy right here looked like, damn. The guy before, he's actually thinking, right? This guy is actually
that sheriff arrests that person, takes it.
This guy is thinking. He's like, He's either thinking, man, I wish I could put my hands on him, or he's thinking, he got a point. So under the circumstances, I know we went from here to there, but it all plays a part because at this point in time in 2026, we all, by default, right, by acquiescence, by agreement, because nobody has went to Congress, nobody has went to the Senate, nobody has went to the Capitol and said anything outside of this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? Except Sister Bethy, that I know. It's what they tell me. She did that, but we never talked about it. But even then, catch her in the wrong position, she will be held to some of these, I won't say held to these standards, but she might be subjected to some of these colorable acts that's being done against her to what? Deprive her of any rights that she has. All right.
And into county jail, who you guys pay the budget for, prepare the budget for, and they house them there. That housing is unconstitutional.
It takes me a while to catch my groove. I'll be feeling my way through, and then, I try to figure out where I'm going with it. But, that's just what I do. Now, I already caught my niche. I already know where I'm going now.
Because it derives from that unconstitutional act. So these affidavits, they identify two different crimes in particular. The first is Title 18 U.S.C. subsection 242, which is deprivation of rights under color of law. What that statute says is that any person who, under the color of any state statute, ordinance, custom, or regulation, deprives any person of any rights secured by the Constitution commits that crime. Now, the second crime is Title 18 U.S.C. subsection 241, which is conspiracy to deprive of rights. What that states is that when two or more persons conspire with the purpose of depriving any person of any rights secured by the Constitution commits that crime. Now, the law is a criminal conspiracy with regard to public officials, all of you. What that states...
He said, all of you. Ain't it funny? I know I played this yesterday too. I had to play it again because I was just cracking up at it. This is how they communicate with each other. He's reading it off, matter of fact. And then he said, does he commit a crime? He said, all of you. But their silence, right, is definite. Look, their silence is admitting guilt. At no point in time, none of them said, excuse me, sir, we have not committed this. This is not going on. And if it is going on, we're going to look into it. We're going to do something. None of them said anything. This is how you know that most of these people you see out there is nothing but minions. They have no power. They probably got their lunch stole from them in high school, middle school, elementary, in college. Had look at this guy. You really think this guy had any call of any way of doing things? I don't think so. These guys were 4.2 nerd students. Had to join a fraternity in order to feel like there's something. And I guarantee you, they put their head in the toilet bowl, told them to squeeze the damn banana. Yeah.
Says that any person who, having knowledge of any of the wrongs,
I'm going to play this again, uninterrupted though.
Conspired to be done, and who have the power to prevent or aid in the prevention of the commission of the same, neglects or refuses to do so, may be joined dispensing action. So upon having been provided with this notice, letting you know that these unconstitutional acts are happening, I'd ask you, please, let's work together to fix this problem, right? Let's work together to fix this problem. Because the alternative is conspiracy with regard to public officials, all of you. What that states is that any person who, having knowledge of any of the wrongs conspired to be done, and who have the power to prevent or aid in the
prevention thereof, must do their duty to prevent the act. This is one of my favorite laws to stand on in court, along with the rights of indigenous peoples, is deprivation of rights under the color of law. Pay attention.
Abusing your discretion to break the law, right? This is a very simple concept. So if your sheriff's department are going out and executing a warrant that's based upon a judge who relied upon a prosecutor who abused their power by relying upon an inferior state statute that permitted them or directed them to charge by way of information as opposed to indictment, violating the Constitution of the United States, that sheriff is committing a crime. When that sheriff arrests that person, takes them into county jail, who you guys pay the budget for, prepare the budget for, and they house them there, that housing is unconstitutional because it derives from that unconstitutional act. So these affidavits, they identify two different crimes in particular. The first is Title 18 U.S.C. subsection 242, which is deprivation of rights under color of law. What that statute says is that any person who, under the color of any state statute, ordinance, custom, or regulation, deprives any person of any rights secured by the Constitution commits that crime. Now, the second crime is Title 18 U.S.C. subsection 241, which is conspiracy to deprive of rights. What that states is that when two or more persons conspire with the purpose of depriving any person of any rights secured by the Constitution commits that crime. Now, the law is a criminal conspiracy with regard to public officials, all of you. What that states is that any person who, having knowledge of any of the wrongs conspired to be done, and who have the power to prevent or aid in the prevention of the commission of the same, neglects or refuses to do so, may.
Boy, she looks spooked, don't she? She looks spooked, and she looked like I could kill him right now.
Be joined dispensing action. So upon having been provided with this notice, letting you know that these unconstitutional acts are happening, I'd ask you, please, let's work together to fix this problem, right?
All right, so look. That is something that is important. To me, it's important, right? To me, it's important. Because if you go down the line of everything that I showed, this is where it led up to. Now, I know a lot of people don't like to deal with the codes, you know, being an Indian and American, they say they don't have to do this and they have to do that. But I guarantee you that everybody talking that shit got a damn driver's license, a state ID of some sort, guaranteed. So don't tell me about that. On top of that, you got a social security card and you got a birth certificate. So don't tell me that you are attached to the United States of America. Attached to them in some form of fashion. Don't tell me you not paying taxes. Don't tell me you ain't paying bills. You's a lie. So understand that. If nobody tell you, I tell you. If you pay a bill, if you pay taxes, if there's any type of encumbrance or lien on your land, on your property, whatever you're doing, if there's anything saying that you don't pay it, your shit's getting taken, you are attached to the United States, whether you claim yourself being Indian or not. Now, if you really ain't got control of it, sorry, you just might be a slave. But it's okay. We've all been there. Now, Let me show you something. Let me show you something. I got to go through this again, right? So you guys just get a basic understanding of where you want to be. Okay, so this is the first United States Code, subsection 8. Person, human, being, child, and individual, as including born alive, infant. In determining the meaning of any act of Congress or of any ruling, regulation, or interpretation, just relax, be patient, listen, don't run. Of the various administrative bureaus and agencies of the United States, the words person, human being, child, and individual shall include every infant member of the species Homo sapiens who was born alive at any stage of development. What does that mean, Coach? Shall include every infant member of the species Homo sapiens who is born alive at any stage of development. So person, human being, child, and individual, all those things kind of flow together. Include every infant member, infant. Now, as used in this section, the term born alive with respect to a member of the species Homo sapiens, right? Because you see, and I'm calling them out, the little pseudo squad, Ankh, and all these people talking that crazy, and anybody else that's attached with them. They keep talking to this Homo sapien, sapien, and sapien, and the sapien. So here's what they're talking about. Do they know this is codified? Do they know that this is codified? This is right here. But they're saying that Homo sapiens is a monkey. Are they saying it's a monkey? But they're saying the Homo sapiens, sapien originated from a monkey. This is where you get people like that, because people like they my age, they might be a little bit older than me, but I know they in their 50s, they late 50s, maybe in their early 60s or whatever. But they're not too far away. See, back in those days, everybody had the same language. There wasn't no cut on nothing. Nobody was above no other person. But now everybody's trying to be above each other. Everybody's crab in a barrel type shit. But understand, Homo sapiens, every infant member of the species Homo sapiens. So anybody that is included in using these terms is considered to be an infant member of the species Homo sapiens, a species who was born alive at any stage of development. You understand that? See these words they use? It's crazy. Well, let me get back to it. And using this section term born alive with respect to a member of the species Homo sapiens means the complete expulsion or extraction from his or her mother of that member at any stage of development, who after such expulsion or extraction breathes or has a beating heart pulsation of the umbilical cord, or definite movement of voluntary muscles, regardless of whether the umbilical cord has been cut and regardless of whether the expulsion or extraction occurs as a result of natural or induced labor. cesarean section, or induced abortion. Now, we have some clarity. Now, on the flip side, being that he's saying the Homo sapiens 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 come from a monkey. Do monkeys, when they have babies, have umbilical cords? Somebody please tell me. I would like to know. Somebody would like to know. But even in the word species, Homo sapiens, I do not agree with that. That's a whole different issue that we don't need to talk about. But these are what these terms mean. Nothing in this section shall be construed to affirm, deny, expand, or contract any legal status or legal right applicable to any member of the species Homo sapiens at any point prior to being born alive, as defined in this section. You see how crazy this language is? Like, who thinks about something like this? Right? I'm going to click on this real quick. When did this come out? No, they ain't give it to me. All right, now, we're going to move over to 28 USC, section 3002. We're going to go down to person. Here's person. Person includes a natural person, including an individual Indian, a corporation, a partnership, an unincorporated association, a trust, or an estate, or any other public or private entity, including a state or local government or an Indian tribe. You see what I'm saying? When they say or, all of those things can be utilized in the same form of fashion. So these terminologies that these people are using, and this is where you get into what this guy right here was actually trying to say. This conspiracy, these deprivation of rights under color of law. And they're using statutes to do that. So they're actually defining you at the same time. They're defining you at the same time. Now, let me show you this. Does everybody talk about SF 181? See, here's the 241. But you know what? We're going to get back to that. Here's what I'm going to show you. Here's what I'm going to show you. I'm going to read this to you because people actually look over this. They don't really read. All right. Now, watch what this says. Watch what this says. Everybody focuses on this part down here. Watch what this says. As you see, this has a U.S. Office of Personnel Management. Right? This is personnel management. It doesn't have a, does it? Yeah, it doesn't have an OMB number. Its OMB number is Office of Management and Budget. Right? This is U.S. Office of Personnel Management. Now, watch what this says, right? Ethnicity and race information is requested under the authority of 42 USC section 2000E-16. Now, what a lot of people don't know when they're doing these civil rights things under Title 42, section 1983 is there's actually Title 42 USC 2000D, lowercase d. Look into that. That's your foundation to 1983. and 241 and 242. And in compliance with the Office of Management and Budget's 1997 revisions to the standards for the classification of federal data on race and ethnicity. Providing this information is voluntary and has no impact on your employment status. Well, tell the employer that. But in the instance of missing information, your employing agency will attempt to identify your race and ethnicity by visual observation. So if you don't check one of them boxes, they can call you what they want to call you. Are we clear? I'm just trying to show you that people don't read the text. See, but so, I mean, in our situation, when you're worried, when you come into the bank, when you come into the bank to get your product or whatever you need to live, you're on top of that, you get pulled over. You know what I'm saying? You going one way, PD coming another way. They take a look over to their left or to their right, and you go in the other direction. They boom, oh, got me one. They flip it, come after you. Why? They just profiled you. They just identified you. They say, hey, there's a victim. There's a black man. There's a black woman. That's what they're going to say. That's what I'm saying. So a lot of people say, well, I'm not checking that box. I'm going to check. Well, at least check other. Say something. Because if you don't, they will determine who you are. They will determine who you are. That's what I'm saying. See, because a lot of people, right, under the circumstances, do not pay attention to this first paragraph. Providing this information is voluntary. It has no impact on your employment status. But in the instance of missing information, your employing agency will attempt to identify your race and ethnicity by visual observation. So, just know that. And just for shits and giggles, we'll go right here to Black or African American. If this is you, then this is you. A person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. A person, if you're an American Indian, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, and who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. Within the United States, you're not getting away from person. I can show you multiple codes with a person. They got definitions for person. I gave you two. So just know, you must identify yourself. You must let them know. The best thing to do before you do anything, have the paperwork in your car. If you go into the bank, make sure you have this with you. Already filled out, drop it off. Boop. Here you go, take this with you. Open up my bank account, take this with you. Get you if you don't do anything else, have your birth certificate with you. Make sure you have multiple certified copies of your birth certificate from the county and the state. In California, depending where you at, you get it from the state. The state is what you consider to be the Department of Vital Statistics. That is considered to be identification. Get you a pass. If you don't want a passport book, you have no plans to going across that water. Get a card. It's like $38. All right. At least you do that. It says 5. Make sure that you correct that too. Birth certificate, correct that too. All you're doing is just making some amendments, some corrections to the status. You ain't changing all this other crazy stuff. All you're doing, let them know that you're not this, you're that, because it's in the system. And once it gets in the system, everybody gets it. All right, so now I'm gonna go over here. So I was gonna read the 241, but you guys pretty much got a good idea about that. I was gonna bring up some of this stuff going on in California. I was gonna bring some of that stuff up, but that's gonna change the trajectory. Let me get this stuff quiet. I'm gonna come over here to my chat GPT. Right? And we're gonna take a quick stroll. We're gonna take a quick stroll. What else do I have up here? Well, we got that. Okay, we got that. All right, we ain't on. All right, so look. Here's my question. So we get a full, clear understanding. The Olmec and the Mayas' relationship within the Mississippian culture, their travel and their maritime adventures abroad. This is all fascinating connections. Let's journey through this. The Olmec and the Maya. And I'm gonna jump over some things. We're gonna come back. We're gonna hit from the BCs to the late 1800s Civil War in a matter of minutes. We ain't gonna go through a long stroll. Right? So the Olmec and the Maya, two of the foundational cultures of Mesoamerica, play significant roles in shaping the culture and technological landscape of the Americas. Their potential relationships to the Mississippian culture and maritime connections offer intriguing possibilities. Here's a breakdown. Olmec civilization, often called the mother culture of Mesoamerica. The Olmec were known for colossal stone heads, San Lorenzo La Venta, trade networks. Olmec established extensive trade routes that spread obsidian, jade, ceramics across Mesoamerica. The Maya civilization. The Maya inherited cultural practices from the Olmecs, such as hieroglyphs, writing calendar systems, and ball games. Maritime activities. Archaeological evidence shows the Maya used canoes for trade along the Yucatan Peninsula. They transported goods like cacao, obsidian, and textiles, possibly reaching Cuba and Florida. Mississippian culture. Mississippian culture in North America is known for building large earthen mounds like Cahokia. Being the largest, like the Maya, they were highly organized with social hierarchies, extensive trade, and religious ceremonies. Okay, so social hierarchies, extensive trade, and religious ceremonies. All right. Possible relationships, culture transmissions. Possible that ideas and symbols travel northward through trade. Artifacts like Mesoamerican style copper bells share symbolism. Mississippian cultures and Mesoamerican civilizations revered the sun, practiced ritualized ball games, and built monumental architecture, which could imply shared ideologies or independent evolution influenced by similar environments. Here's how I could bring it to the present. The Negro League, baseball. You actually go to the Negro League, and I'm gonna do like a full presentation on these things once I'm gonna get into my sports thing, but there were baseball teams, North America, Central America, South America, Cuba, and they were all playing against each other. If you know Vladimir Guerrero, now just understand, this is a dark-skinned brother. His son, Junior, is playing right now, but Vladimir Guerrero played for the Montreal Expos and Florida Marlins. His first name is Vladimir. There were no Russians in South America. Now, there's another guy that played for the Pittsburgh Pirates back in the day. Passed away in a helicopter crash. He was a big civil rights activist. I mean, he talked about liberation too. This is what I'm saying. This is what the change was all about. This is why we went from a lot of brothers in the league to these brothers being replaced by brothers in South America that they was bringing over here on raft boats. You see? Because back in the day, we dominated sports. We dominated baseball. So, under the circumstances, Negro League Baseball was everywhere in America. They had teams in Canada. And every time they played, the major league, when they had the white teams they created, when they played the Negro Leagues, it was a beatdown. Josh Gibson hit almost 1,000 home runs. Yeah. Satchel Paige came to the league at 50 years old and still made the Hall of Fame, and damn near was one of the top strikeouts in baseball, and he got to the league at 50. Josh Gibson didn't want to go. Satchel tried to make him go, but he did not want to go. He was like, I ain't playing with them, man. They weak. And they ain't going to pay me enough. So he decided not to play. Eventually, not too long after that, passed away. Satchel went, though. They all focused on Jackie Robinson. But there was a lot of people there before Jackie. But one thing people don't understand about Jackie Robinson, that was no small dude. He went to UCLA, graduated from UCLA, and was, what do they call it? He was considered to be first team all NCAA in 4 sports. Wait a minute. Baseball, basketball, football, track. 4. Baseball, basketball, football, track. At UCLA. Now, this is like the 40s or 50s. I don't know how this guy is. Wait a minute. Yeah, something like that. This dude was all NCAA in all 4 sports. He could have went to the league in football. He could have went to the league in basketball. Baseball was his weakest sport. They made it seem like Jackie was this little guy just floating around. No. You need to watch Bingo Long with Billy D. That's talking about the Negro League, what they used to do. Don't worry about it. Richard Pryor in there too. It's funny. Y'all ain't seen Bingo Long, you need to check it out. So anyway, let's keep going. All right. We're going to come all the way down here. We ain't doing all that. I was trying to get this thing to tell me about America, but this thing was fighting me. All right. We already had established about the Maya. See, but look at what they do here. Okay, Mayan and connections to Vedic India, Princess Maya and Mahabharata. The Mahabharata and other Hindu scriptures refer to Maya as an architect or builder, Maya Danava, and occasionally as a princess. This could be symbolic or literal. In Hindu mythology, Maya represents illusion or magic, which resonates with the complex cosmology and astronomical knowledge of the Maya civilization. So here we go. Here's our connection. Now we know that the Mayans and the Olmecs were ancient builders. We know the Mississippian culture had ancient mounds, big mounds, Cahokia, so on and so forth. So this will not be out of place. So the name connection, the word Maya in Sanskrit and its phonetic similarity to the Maya of Mesoamerica is often highlighted by those who propose a connection. While intriguing in linguistics, similar alone are not different proofs of a shared origin. See, this is where they try to lead off and say, not a shared. Okay. Now, the Gautama or Guatemala clan in Guatemala. Now, if you see up here, I asked this specific questions. Right? I kind of let it on a little bit, so I was kind of cheating. Okay, so it said the Guatemala clan in Guatemala, the idea that a noble prince of the Gautama clan married a Maya princess ties to the ancient Hindu clan to Guatemala. And by extension, the Maya. This connection is speculative and based largely on phonetic similarities between Guatemala and Guatemala. Guatemala Buddha's timeline is 5th to 6th century BC. Post dates the rise of the Maya, but overlaps with later developments in their culture. You see how that thing flipped around? You said it post dates, not predates, it post dates. So Guatemala Buddha was a child of Maya, supposedly. But it post dates the rise of the Maya, but overlaps with the later developments in their culture. So they're saying this is 5th, 6th century BCE, but it also overlaps with later developments in their culture. So what it's saying is that the culture is the same. All right, enough of that. Cosmic architecture. Both the Maya and Vedic traditions place great emphasis on cosmic order, celestial alignments, and monumental architecture, reflecting the universe's structure. Pyramids and temples in both cultures are aligned with astronomical phenomena, possibly indicating shared ancient human concerns with time and cosmology. All right, nobody came up here. Hold on, let me clear that off. I forgot about that. That link in it. Hold on, let me put the link in the chat again. I'm gonna put the link in the chat and then I'm gonna pin it. Let me remove that real quick. Let me come over here. Boom. There we go. Let me go ahead and post it. Pin message. There we go. All right, we back to it. Nah, you good. You good. Nah, it's just for anybody. It's just for anybody. You good. All right, so right here, yep, that's right. Mayan Vedic traditions. Okay, I already read that. Okay, so sacred texts and calendars. The Maya developed a long count calendar, and the Vedic people devised precise astronomical systems and texts like the Vedanga Jyotisha, something like that. Both reflect advanced mathematical understanding, though their development appears independent. It appears. Serpent symbolism. The feather serpent deity, Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerica, and the Nagas of Hindu mythology might represent shared archetypes or parallel mythic motifs. The Nagas. The Nagas. All right. So it says, give me the trade routes first, the food, the common culture, but not limited to mythology, etc., skin complexion, hair texture, hairstyle, crops, animals, and livestock garments. All right. That's cool. Let me get past that. All right. We don't get past that. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for certain things. We're going to guide through this. Look at this. Remember Homo sapiens, right? It says, were the Americas truly uninhabited? This is a philosophical and practical question. If uninhabited means no humans, before Homo sapiens arrived, the Americas were populated by megafauna, mammoth, saber-toothed cats. The timeline of human arrival is tied to the extinction of many of these species. See that? You see that? See this? They were just giving me some crazy stuff here. They were giving me some crazy stuff. All right. Uh-huh. Let's scroll down. All right, I'm back up. All right, I was making sure. Nah. I want to come down to right here. Okay. So this says right here, no. I said, let's go into these Black Europeans. Give me a brief history of time before they got to Americas. Who were they? Some important names associated with them. Why were they labeled free white persons in Black's Law Dictionary? Their relations to the Huguenots, the Articles of Confederation, the presidents prior to George Washington, and their treaties with the indigenous empires of America when they sought refuge, if that makes sense. Hopefully you see where I'm going with this. Remember, stay in your deep dive. Stay out of the mainstream. Now, you see how this was giving me some pushback. It was very limited. And this was kind of the beginning when I started using this chat, so I didn't know how to work it. But check this out. Say, got it. Let's peel back the layers of history to understand Black Europeans and their journey, focusing on their identity, influence, and connection to the Americas. We'll explore their relationship to indigenous empires, key treaties, their designation as free white persons, and their significant role in pre-George Washington American governance. Okay? That's where we're at. I am going to stop my screen so I could be looking at the screen instead of jumping back and forth all the time. We're going to come back, go to the screen, and bring this up. Now, I can see the screen. All right, here we go. Going to open it up just a little bit. Okay, who were the Black Europeans? The term Black Europeans referred to a historically overlooked population of Africans, Moors, Sephardic Jews, and other dark-skinned groups who played significant roles in Europe's history. These groups were influential in European politics, science, navigation, and culture, long before the modern concept of race emerged. Now, what we do know about the Olmecs and the Mayans, number one, they come from America. The Mississippian culture as well in America, and had these social hierarchies, big trade, business, maritime travels and endeavors and everything. So we know that. So stay there. What they did tell me is that the Mayans and the Olmecs originate in America and not from Africa. All right. These groups were influential in European politics, science, navigation, and culture long before the modern concept of race emerged. Key groups: the Moors dominated Spain, Portugal, and parts of Southern Europe from 711 to 1492. Now, if you actually remember when we talked about the Olmecs and the Mayans in the Mississippian culture, even the Mississippian culture before this and during this, before and during, all right? Known for their advanced knowledge in architecture, astronomy, medicine, and navigation. Mayans and Olmecs too, right? Established a multicultural society in Al-Andalus with Jews, Christians, and Muslims coexisting. Sephardic Jews, Jewish communities that flourished under Moorish rule. Now, we know that these people, and what Chad is saying through the deep dive research, that these are not pale skins. Many were forced into exile during the Spanish Inquisition, 1492, and became part of the diasporic communities across Europe, North Africa, and the Americas. Wait a minute. We have a diaspora jumping off. From where? All righty then. Huguenots, French Protestants, many of whom were of mixed ancestry due to Moorish influence in southern France, fled persecution after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, seeking refuge in places like the Netherlands, England, and eventually the Americas. Like, for instance, you got this one brother from the Netherlands that plays in the NBA right now, Schroeder. Dark-skinned brother. You look at his face, he kind of has a face like King Charles. He has that long, dark face like King Charles. You look at the Netherlands soccer team, nothing but dark-skinned brothers on that team. And then they have a few that is light brown, such as myself, but a couple pale skins, but for the most part, I mean, going back might change a little bit, but going back, mostly brothers is playing on that team in all orange. It's that team that be in all orange. Right? You know, William the Orange or William of Orange. Remember that guy? So here we go. Now, this is 1492 to 1685. That is what? 193 years? It's 193 years. So we have the Moors, 711 to 1492. Well, actually, let's go a little bit further. So 711 to 1685, that is almost 1,000 years. That's 974 years. So you have the Moors, 711 to 1492. Then you have the Sephardic Jews, communities that flourished under Moorish rule. And when you look right here, it says that all the Africans, Moors, Sephardic Jews, and other dark-skinned groups that played a significant role. So they were pretty much all the same. They was all the same people, like a part of a confederation, if you want to use it like that. Just like you had the 5 nations that actually, what you call the Iroquois Confederacy or whatever, that went together, that did the deal. So you have 711 to here. This 1685 is when you get the full expulsion of this group right here, or what people now like to use the word Black Europeans. Important names: Abu al-Hassan Ali ibn Nafi. Yeah, I'm good at this. Yeah. Never mind. A Moorish polymath who revolutionized European music, fashion, and cuisine. Benjamin de Tudela, a Sephardic Jewish traveler and chronicler who documented the interconnected trade routes between Europe, Africa, and the East. Pedro Alonso Nino, an African navigator and pilot for Columbus. They called him a pilot. He is a pilot. In 1400s, he's a pilot. 15th, 16th century pilot. You go to 1500s. Does anybody know that? Contributing to early transatlantic exploration. How about that? Why were they labeled free white person? The designation, here's where we got it. Here we go. The designation of free white persons in early legal systems, including Black's Law Dictionary, reflects the complex and evolving concept of race and status in colonial societies. Legal context in America. During the 18th, 19th centuries, free white persons was a legal term that did not solely refer to skin color, but to a status of freedom and rights under European colonial rule. Many Black Europeans, particularly Moors and Sephardic Jews, were granted diplomatic immunity and rights due to treaties or noble lineage, often allowing them to operate as white within the legal framework. European roots. Black Europeans, particularly the Moors, were regarded as noble or elite in certain contexts, which transcended physical appearance. Their legacy as scholars, rulers, and traders created a legal distinction in colonial America that separated them from enslaved Africans. And you kind of got notice of that in the South Carolina slave codes, Black slave codes. The relationship to the Huguenots. The Huguenots and Black Europeans, particularly Sephardic Jews and Moors, share common ground as persecuted peoples fleeing religious and political oppression. Share refugee status. Both groups sought asylum in the Netherlands, England, and the Americas. Many Huguenots intermarried with Sephardic Jewish and Moorish families, forming influential merchant and political networks. Huguenot connections in the Americas. Huguenots, listen closely, Huguenots were pivotal. I can't get this out. This is like a bombshell. Huguenots were pivotal, God damn it, in establishing colonies like Charleston, South Carolina, and New Rochelle, New York. Some of these communities retained Moorish or Sephardic influences. Now, I'm going to take a quick sidebar. Everybody read Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Everybody pull that up. If you don't, make a bookmark of it in your mind. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, and read all the way to the bottom of Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. I'm going to do this real quick. We got to do this real quick before we keep going. I got to give you some context. Hold on. Just give me this verify thing. All right. I'm going to come back to this real quick. Let me stop the screen. Let me come back. Let me share the screen. Let me show you this. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Says right here. Now, this is talking about numeration. Any is not taxed. 3/5 is all persons. Right? So it talks about representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states, which may be included within this union. Now it says right here, the number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000. But each state shall have at least 1 representative until such enumeration shall be made. State of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island and Providence, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. Now remember, this is 1685 when these people had to leave. So you're talking 50 years. But even prior to that, to the Constitution, just take that 1776, 77, 78, 79. All right. Now, numbers are dropping. Am I boring you? Nah, you good. I'm just saying, just make a note of it. Nah, you good. Oh, he said that, isn't it? Maduro said he separated from Spain. I'm pretty sure. Most of them are. They infiltrate. That's another conversation. I remember one time these Jews came up on these Israelis, Jews, whatever they might be, but pale skinned people came up there. We had a conversation on, you know what I'm saying, one of them channels. And I asked them a question. The question was, where'd you originate from? And he answered the question. Say, yeah, you're not from there. No, we're not. You're not from there either. No, we're not. And then I asked him, I said, well, what about these other groups that over there at this time that kind of looked at that? He said, yeah, they same. If I could say as I'm saying it though, isn't it? Yeah, same. Yeah, the same. Some just another shade or whatever, but they all come from the same groups. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. You're dealing with what's going on in Iran and all that. Man, I'm telling you, none of them belong there. None of them. This is why it will be constant war. This is why the Bible said, really, the book of Jubilees said there was going to be constant war because the people that are that are there aren't supposed to be there. So there's going to be constant war because they're going to stay fighting for something that they know ain't theirs, based on the fact that they were outcast. Francis Cress Wilson said that in the ISIS papers. Because of the recessive gene. That ain't nothing but facts. I would say if somebody said, well, you think they originally probably were melanated and they had kinky hair and all that stuff? Probably, yeah. But from the recessive gene, they were known to be aggressive, give off diseases, mischievous, and, just was kind of different. So the people rounded them up and moved them out. So, I mean, that ain't trying to be disrespectful, it's just what it is. All right. Remember me. I'm back up. Yep, I'm back up. All right, so here. So we have an establishment, at least the establishing, we have established the establishing, if I can say that, Huguenots being pivotal in, why I keep saying pivotal, God damn. Huguenots were pivotal in the establishment of Charleston, South Carolina, and New Rochelle, New York colonies. Okay. Now we're jumping over into the Articles. You see it jumps right into the Articles of Confederation, right? So they're right there within each other. Okay, so look. The Articles of Confederation and pre-Washington governance. Before George Washington presidency, the United States was governed under the Articles of Confederation from 1777 to 1789. Now, everybody keeps talking about 1776 being the creation of the United States government. But no, they were governed under the Articles of Confederation. During this period, Black Europeans played crucial roles in diplomacy and treaties. Presidents before Washington, John Hanson. The first president under the Articles of Confederation, John Hanson, was of Moorish ancestry. People keep trying to say John Hanson was an Indian. No, he wasn't. He was a Moor. And they're saying according to some historical accounts. So there is historical accounts. Hanson was instrumental in managing the post-Revolutionary War government and fostering alliances with indigenous nations. So there's indigenous nations here already fostering alliances with indigenous nations. John Hanson was doing that. Now, you see, there was a secret treaties I showed in the presentation. There was some secret treaties being done through George Washington. But at the time, John Hanson was the president. George Washington was a general and what you would consider to be a ambassador of some sort, I think. Elias Boudinot and other early leaders. Some leaders were connected to Sephardic Jewish or Moorish families, facilitating diplomatic relationships with foreign powers and indigenous nations. Treaties with indigenous empires. Moors and indigenous alliances. Check this out. I hear nobody talking about this. Moors fleeing persecution in Europe, often allied with indigenous peoples, as both groups sought to resist European colonization. Oral traditions and historical records suggest that Sephardic Jewish and Moorish refugees formed treaties with powerful indigenous confederacies like the Iroquois and Creek nations. Treaty of New York, like I showed. Oral tradition and historical records. You guys. Okay, check. Recognition of sovereignty. Black Europeans, particularly those with noble or merchant status, negotiated treaties recognizing indigenous sovereignty and mutual trade agreements. Hidden history of their refuge in the Americas. These some good, I just throw these questions out there. Cover every angle. Now, hidden history of their refuge in the Americas. Integration with indigenous empires. Black Europeans found refuge among indigenous communities where they were often welcomed for their skills in navigation, trade, and diplomacy. Example, the Yamasee people, oh, wait a minute. Now, this might be something dealing with Paul Cuffey and them. Martin Delaney and all them people, this Back to Africa movement, y'all. Just thought about some, because if you're dealing with navigation, trade, and diplomacy, that Paul Cuffey was all three of those. So he could have, maybe the Back to Africa movement could have been the Moorish stuff. You see what I'm saying? I'm a bookmark this. Example, the Yamasee people of the Southeast formed alliances with Moors and Sephardic Jews, influencing the region's culture and trade networks. It's crazy. I didn't even get a date for this. Evidence in names and culture. The Gullah Geechee culture of the Southeast United States show linguistic and cultural ties to both West African and Sephardic Jewish traditions. Uh-oh. Hinting at early Moorish influence. Historical suppression. The contributions of Black Europeans to early American governance, diplomacy, and culture were deliberately downplayed or erased by later colonial narratives to promote a European-dominated history. All right, we're gonna go right here, and then we're gonna stop here. I want to bore y'all, put y'all to sleep. And I think I already put some people to sleep. But let's get this out. There'll be some good clips. Key individuals, Black Europeans: John Hanson. Diplomats, navigators, and leaders: Par Alonso Nino. For Francisco Menendez. Okay, we ain't got to this guy yet, right? A Moor who led the Free Black Militia in Florida, aiding indigenous groups like this Seminole in defending against British and Spanish forces. See, this is what I'm saying. People like to think this is a mixture of slaves and other parts, right? But he led a Free Black Militia in Florida, aiding indigenous groups like the Seminole. Two different groups here. In defending against British and Spanish forces. Judah P. Benjamin. Though later tied to the Confederacy, Benjamin's Sephardic Jewish ancestry linked him to the diasporic traditions of trade law and diplomacy shaped by earlier Black European influences. Elie No, a Huguenot refugee who became a prominent leader in New York, advocating for religious tolerance and forming alliances with both indigenous and European communities. Indigenous leaders, Confederacy builders, the Ganawida, Great Peacemaker, and Hiawatha. Founders of the Iroquois Confederacy, which became a model for the U.S. Articles of Confederation. What? I know you guys already know that, but I got to act brand new. We already know this, but I got to act brand new for presentation purposes. Their efforts unified the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca nations into a sophisticated political structure. Powhatan, leader of the Powhatan Confederacy, controlling trade and diplomacy in Chesapeake region. His daughter Pocahontas played a key role in early diplomacy with European settlers. Not this little cute, little frail little lady that was just falling in love, but she was a key role in diplomacy. Osceola, a Seminole leader of Muskogean African ancestry who resisted U.S. encroachment, demonstrating the interconnectedness of indigenous African descended peoples. Chief Tammany, Lenape leader who maintained peaceful relations with William Penn, embodying the principles of diplomacy and alliance building. Key treaties between Black Europeans and indigenous nations. Now, you guys remember, right, J-Dub, if you're still there, now you remember, right? Everybody talk about the Peace and Friendship Treaty, so on and so forth, between the Moors and America. Or the Moors, and not America, they usually say the United States, right? The United States, in order to be a nation, they had to seek alliance with a sovereign nation. So the United States linked with the Moors. Check this out. Key treaties between Black Europeans and indigenous nations. Treaty of Friendship and Commerce, 1662, between Sephardic Jewish merchants and the Powhatan Confederacy in the Chesapeake. It established trade in tobacco, furs, and other goods, solidifying mutual aid. Spanish-Moorish alliances with the Seminoles, 1738. Moors who escaped Spanish Florida integrated into the Seminole Nation, forming the Black Seminoles. Together, they resisted British and later U.S. incursions. Now, the Pan-Africans will tell you that they're African. These are African slaves. This is what they'll tell you. Treaty of Fort Mose. It's another conversation they like to have. Established by Francisco Menendez, this treaty created the first free Black settlement in what is now the United States. The first free Black settlement in what is now the United States. Black Europeans and indigenous groups collaborated to protect the Spanish borderlands. Treaty of 1787, Mohawk Sephardic Accord. Unofficially, Mohawk leaders engaged in trade with Sephardic Jewish merchants in the Hudson River Valley, exchanging goods like wampum, pelts, and crafted tools. Indigenous treaties among themselves, the Great Law of Peace, Treaty of Canandaigua, signed by the Iroquois Confederacy and the U.S. government to affirm sovereignty. Though later undermined, it represents the strength of indigenous diplomacy. You see, we're here. Now, I did this a full year before I even put this thing together for the debate. And I ain't even utilized this. Okay, so we have that. Powhatan Confederacy, Southeastern Alliance, Creek, Cherokee, Seminole, Black European Confederacies, right? So you got Sephardic Jews and Huguenots established merchant guilds in port cities like Charleston, New York, and New Orleans. Okay. Cosmological parallels, overlooked elements. Both groups emphasize cyclical time and cosmic order. The Iroquois used the celestial sky woman myth, while Moors brought astrological knowledge from Islamic scholars. Trade goods introduced by Black Europeans, silk, textiles, advanced metallurgy, and citrus fruits. Shared by indigenous nations, tobacco, cacao, dyes, and medicinal herbs. So they had a lot in common. That's what you say distant cousins, distant relatives, if anything. Fortified settlements like Fort Mose and Cahokia showcase advanced urban planning and diplomacy. Legacy and suppression. All right. Erasures. Post-1492, European powers erased or downplayed the cooperative histories between Black Europeans and indigenous nations, focusing on narratives of conquest and domination. And that's where a lot of these conversations and these debates and these back and forths get into. Conquest and domination. War, killing, war, slavery, war. I mean, come on, people. That is a white supremacist ideology. In the words of Michael Evans, it's a white racist word. You can't keep using these terms. Well, you can. I would suggest finding something else to say. Because you can't prove that there was a lot of killings and murders and wars and things like that. They want to call them wars, but what type of wars were they? And who were they involving? Was it on a mass scale? Because if it was on a mass scale, then you would not see the brilliance and the colossal brilliance of structures and all the other things that we see, and that continues today. The creative nature is still here. It's in our DNA. All right, so relevance to modern times, rediscovering these alliances helps to rewrite mutual respect, so on and so forth. So, I heard that old dude, he said, nah, I'm in the kitchen cooking while you cooking. Well, you know, let's get it in. Well, the question mark is, well, I was asking you about the peace and friendship treaty. Everybody knows that, you know, the whole story that they talk about the peace and friendship treaty was supposed to be between the United States and the Moors, right? The Morocco, not the Moors, but Morocco during that time. But actually, you see right here, the Moors and indigenous nations had treaties in the 1600s. That's the point that I was trying to make on that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, what I'm gonna do, indeed, that's what's up. But yeah, we had that nice one. There's other things that I can bring up, and I'll just play some videos. I'm done talking. Yep, absolutely. Okay, I drink tea. You got some tea in there? Let me find these little short clips. All right, let's do this. I'll do some videos, wait, see if some people will come up, and then, you know, we'll be out. But I'm keeping it under 4 hours. So if y'all come up now. But I want to keep it like this so we can just have some basic convo. All right, making sure I'm up.
I'll follow up now to an On Your Side story about the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, terminating leases for government buildings locally. Your news channel has learned one of those terminations has been reversed. The Trump administration is backtracking on closing 8 Department of Agriculture field offices here in California, including The Natural Resources Conservation Services office on South Harbor Boulevard in Oxnard. Doge had claimed a savings of $75,000 by terminating that lease early. Now that office is on track to stay open. Congressman Lou Carbajal says the reversal is a big victory for the ag industry. Carbajal spokesman tells your news channel they are trying to learn more about how the reversal will impact the people who work there.
Homeowner not only took on a mortgage giant and won, tonight a Yuba County man is one step closer to not only owning his house outright, he sued to stop a mortgage company from foreclosing on him. And the jury in the case dealt a big blow to the bank to the tune of nearly $16 million. But as KCRA 3's Kevin Oliver reports, it's not quite over yet.
This is about half or a third of all the paperwork that I have.
Phil Linza has been collecting records and letters from his mortgage servicer for years. He applied for a modification on his loan and got it, but then he says PHH Mortgages Corporation started demanding more and more money.
They flat out told me, and when I told them I'm going to sue if they don't get this corrected, they said, go ahead, stand in line. We're a multi-billion-dollar company, and we've got a busload of attorneys on retainer, so take your shot.
He did, and throughout a 3-year-long court battle, he feared he was going to lose his 4-bedroom home in Plumas Lake.
And the belittlement that they did to me, it was beyond comprehension. They literally came, people were coming to my front door, knocking on the door and asking to take pictures of my backyard because they understood my house was foreclosure.
This week, he got vindication. A jury not only awarded him $500,000 in damages, they came back with punitive damages of more than $15.5 million.
Homeowners are still fighting, the mortgage meltdown.
Attorneys with the United Law Center in Roseville say the victory should send a message to banks about other homeowners in similar situations.
Our overall mission, which has really been led by Stephen Fundos for the last 6 years, has been to try to fight for the little guy.
Linza's attorneys say they are already anticipating an appeal, but believe in the end, Linza will not only get to keep his home, the mortgage company will be the one feeling the sting in the end. In Yuba County, Kevin Oliver, KCRA 3 News.
We reached out to the attorneys for PHH Mortgage Corporation, but haven't gotten any response from them at this point. Linza says even with the jury's decision and a large award, he plans to stay in his Yuba County home.
I'm Josh Denbo. I'm a consumer attorney in New Jersey. I'm not going to tell you I'm a foreclosure defense attorney. That is a name that lots of people use for marketing. That means you defend foreclosures. Anybody can defend a foreclosure. I've looked at these websites of these guys who claim to be foreclosure defense specialists. Really? You specialize in filing an answer? I mean, if you look at their websites, they tell you what they're going to do. File an answer, send out discovery, defend summary judgment, and then help you move. Look, this isn't sports. This is real life. In sports, defense wins games. That's not how it works here. Banks don't care about defense. All you do is slow things down. They're a quadrillion-dollar industry. They can stand a little slowdown. What they can't stand is money out of their pocket. That's the problem. That's their weak zone. And that's where most people in New Jersey who profess to help folks in foreclosure don't do their job. They just don't. I've been around this street. I've ridden this rodeo before. I've been doing this work since before the Great Recession. Back in 2008, 9, 10, the banks were pushing the judges around explaining, Mrs. Smith, she paid on the modification agreement for 1.5 years, but we decided she doesn't qualify. And the judges bought it. It was absolutely insane. I won the case in federal court in 2016, Block versus Seneca Mortgage Company, in which we and an associate of mine at the time presented to the judge saying, wait a second, She did the trial mod, she made the payments, you have to give her the final modification. That's a contract. We won that case. And then I, on my own, won the GMAC versus Willoughby case. It's a New Jersey Supreme Court decision, which says that a modification is a settlement and can be enforced against a bank. Look, the argument that was relied upon and is still tried with some attorneys, not with this guy, still tried all the time to harm consumers is, look, we don't have to perform our side of the bargain. We give you a trial modification, you make the payments, we can change our mind. No, they can't. Not only can you defend that argument, but you can also sue on that argument because it's also a violation of the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, and a violation sometimes of the Consumer Fraud Act. There are so many tools at the disposal of the appropriate attorney who's smart and tough enough to file suit in federal court and take appeals to the New Jersey Supreme Court if necessary to make a difference.
J-Dub, you getting this? You still there? You still there? You still there?
Difference in people's lives. I know what I'm doing and I know what I'm telling you. You need to not talk to lawyers who are just going to defend. Don't do it. It's a waste of your time. It's a terrible decision. It's a terrible choice. I fight. Look, those 3 cases I just told you about, Block, Willoughby, Saros, I didn't tell you about. Saros, I won a case in which, in Saros, I love this one. In Saros, the plaintiff and its lawyer tried to get from my client a judgment in a foreclosure case for money he didn't know. And we told the lawyer, look, guys, you can't do this. My client doesn't know the money. He paid the insurance. You can't do it. They did it anyway. So what did we do? We sued the lawyer directly, in federal court for violating debt collector federal statutes for trying to collect.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding.
In federal court for violating debt collector federal statutes for trying to collect the wrong amount. Directly, the lawyer. They did it anyway. So what did we do? Guys, you can't do this. My client doesn't know the money. He paid the insurance. You can't do it. They did it anyway. So what did we do? We sued the lawyer directly, in federal court for violating debt collector federal statutes for trying to collect the wrong amount of money. They went nuts and they lost and they paid. And what I'm proud about that case, it's a tool in the toolbox that didn't exist before for anybody who's willing to use it. I'm also proud of the other cases. The Saros, it's Block, it's Willoughby, and I got a dozen other cases out there of import. But I'm really proud of those because the law is a living organism. So am I. But I'm going to die at some point. But when I'm dead and buried, those 3 decisions are still going to be on the books. And they're still going to be making people's lives better because they will have changed the law in the right direction to protect and help consumers. It is my life's passion to be an attorney for people, for you, your family, your kids, your friends. I don't represent.
Shout out to you. Shout out to you. That's the thing, though. There is no limitations. Limitations in what? Come up here, man. Limitations in what? We ain't going to take too long. Limitations in what? This is what I've been saying, J-Dub. Look, bottom line is these attorneys are collecting. Look, these banks pretty much sell the note within 9 months, 6 to 9 months. They pretty much sell it within 6 to 9 months on a conventional. Why? Because they're holding bad debt. Escrow's already been closed. Anybody that has bought a house know you close escrow once the grant deed comes to you. That is escrow being closed. Now, these other escrow that open up, because like I said, when you're paying your mortgage, you know, in those interest, pretty much interest only payments, you paying there's escrow fees in there. How did that escrow get established when escrow was supposed to be closed? Everybody say I closed escrow. Well, another one is open. But this is what I'm saying. They know that this thing has been shifted into a loan mod. See, he was talking about loan modification. This is my theory. I'm not saying it's true. It's my theory. Once you sign that deed of trust or that security deed or mortgage deed, whatever state that you're in, you actually did a loan modification. And then it became a repurchase agreement or a consolidated loan obligation or a consolidated debt obligation or a retail installment contract on the other flip end, an investment contract on the flip end, and where the modifications the loan had changed in their favor, and where you transfer all rights and title. It says that in the deed of trust. You transfer all rights and title. This is what I'm saying. These attorney firms are operating as debt collectors, my theory. But this guy just said what I've been saying. Go after them, because them are actually operating as debt collectors, which they cannot do. This is good stuff. That was some good stuff. Let's go to the next one.
Allegations of possible mortgage fraud against Bank of America, GMAC, and JP Morgan Chase read like the stuff of a corporate thriller. Forged documents, fake Social Security fraud against Bank of America. Allegations of possible mortgage fraud against Bank of America, GMAC, and JP Morgan Chase read like the stuff of a corporate thriller. Forged documents, fake Social Security numbers, and mortgages sliced and diced so many times that nobody really knows who owns them. The alleged document fraud could open up the entire chain of foreclosure proceedings to legal challenges. Lawmakers are calling for a federal investigation. Attorneys general are calling for moratoriums, and lawyers are filing class action lawsuits.
When you do a foreclosure and you're signing these affidavits, when you file any legal document, you have to have personal knowledge. None of these people have personal knowledge of the actual note. And it
Come on, man. This is what I'm saying. But look, we don't know shit. J-Dub, we don't know shit. We say this all the times. So our face turn blue, but we don't know nothing. But how about this? All these claims that's being brought, nobody's bringing it with a sworn affidavit under penalty of perjury that they have firsthand knowledge of the facts of what they're putting into the case. Let's go back, because this is a short one. I got all these damn screens up here. Hold on. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. This thing is let me close him out. Let me close it out. All these things confusing me. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that stays. That goes. That goes. All right. All right, wait a minute. Where are we at? That goes. That goes. That goes. That goes. All right. That goes. Yeah, dang. There we go. Boom, boom. All right, we're going to back it all the way up. Damn, Cam Peace Treaty on there. Now look, this is what people need. And I ain't even put that thing back up on the screen. All right, about to do it again. I ain't put it on the screen.
Allegations of possible mortgage fraud against Bank of America, GMAC, and JP Morgan Chase read like the stuff of a corporate thriller. Forged documents, fake social.
Now this is 14 years ago. This is 2012. But they still doing it. Get the fuck out of here, man. They still doing it. This is 12. No, this is 14 years ago, man. This video is hold on. This is 14 years ago.
Security numbers.
Really? Look at that. Look at that at the bottom.
Nobody really knows
right there.
Alleged document fraud could open up the entire chain of foreclosure proceedings.
Can you hear me?
Allegations
I can hear you.
of possible mortgage fraud against Bank of America, GMAC, and
Oh, I'm
JP
gonna mute one of these, huh?
like the stuff of a corporate thriller.
Hold on, man.
Forged documents, fake social security numbers, mortgages.
I think I gotta mute something. Let me mute something.
Yeah, what you got? You got two things going? Yeah, are you up on your phone or are you up on your computer?
No, I'm on my desktop, but I have two windows open and I gotta mute one. That's all.
Yeah, yep, definitely.
I didn't do that. It does that when you hit the button.
Yeah, when you get into the StreamYard, it opens up another tab. So yeah, you got to mute to YouTube. Yep. All right, hold on. I'm just playing this real quick. Let's go back to the beginning.
Allegations of possible mortgage fraud against Bank of America, GMAC, and JP Morgan Chase read like the stuff of a corporate thriller. Forged documents, fake social security numbers, and mortgages sliced and diced so many times that nobody really knows who owns them. Alleged document fraud could open up the entire chain of foreclosure proceedings.
I don't know what's going on.
Lawmakers are calling for a federal investigation. Attorneys general are calling for moratoriums. And lawyers are filing
I can't even find the page anymore.
When you do foreclosure and you're signing these affidavits,
Yeah, what the hell that happened?
documents,
Where's StreamYard go?
none of these people have
What you having problems with, man?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
on mute.
Okay.
Go on mute.
Okay, you got. Okay, good. You fixed. Okay, I don't know. Great.
Yeah, go ahead, go on mute. Let me play the video.
Oh, you want me to? Wait a minute. You want me to mute?
I'll mute you.
Okay, thanks.
Forged documents, fake social security numbers, and mortgages sliced and diced so many times that nobody really knows who owns them. The alleged document fraud could open up the entire chain of foreclosure proceedings to legal challenges. Lawmakers are calling for a federal investigation. Attorneys general are calling for moratoriums. And lawyers are filing class action lawsuits.
When you do a foreclosure and you're signing these affidavits, when you file any legal document, you have to have personal knowledge. None of these people have personal knowledge of the actual note And nobody does anyways, because no one knows where the original note is or how many times it was transferred. It could have been transferred 20 times. So the real party in interest is not Chase. It's not HSBC. It's not Bank of America. It's somebody else.
Bank of America has suspended proceedings in all 50 states as it looks at documents for errors. Other lenders are putting the brake.
A Florida woman had her own fight.
What's going on, copper colored Indian goddess? What's going on? Appreciate you being here. Yeah. Now, this is the main issue. All right, we're gonna take a time out. Go ahead, come off mute, J-Dub. You see the microphone? Just hit that microphone. Man, you act like a dinosaur on this damn thing, man. Now, here's the thing. You'll figure it out. Here's the thing when you're dealing with these cases, and this go for any case, really. But see, mortgages is the main thing because people are losing their homes. People are being put on the streets. See, that's a problem, big problem. See, and that's why what the one guy said prior, he was like, hey, we did this, we did X, Y, Z. Because you're trying to get somebody to pay on something that has already been paid or already been charged off. But that's the key. Real party in interest is only somebody that has firsthand knowledge of the facts. Only. But these attorneys are coming in here. These attorneys are coming in here with these other type of, manipulations. All right, well, I'm just going to go ahead and just drop you off the thing and then come back. Just come on back. So these things are very important. I mean, these are videos 14 years ago, 5 years ago. And there's still nothing stopping these. And this is why, like when 2012 and all that stuff happened, the banks stopped doing this. What they started doing is still using these shell corporations. And then after a certain period of time, you know what I'm saying? Guess who's buying all these instruments? Take a wild guess. Let you think about that. So that's why I say the court is the problem now because they know what happened 12, 13, 14 years ago. They know what happened. And at the same time, they're allowing these people to bring in these claims, and the court can actually kick these claims out based on rulings that you have, full faith and credit. They know what is coming in and what is not coming in. Somebody that is a real party in the interest is somebody that has firsthand knowledge of the facts. And if in the case of a bank or any type of financial institution, a representative, they can actually point that individual out and say, yeah, I was there. I remember. We have video. We have this because at this point in time, anybody coming in here doesn't have first-hand knowledge of the facts, or in the other aspect of it, you don't have what you consider to be a corpus delicti or an injured party or a body, then you have no claim. And it has to be verified under penalty of perjury, i.e. an affidavit. But they never bring it to the table. See, this is where I got to running people off. When I get down to the 6 and 7s and 8s, I know I'm with the crew that I'm with right now. Unless people are like, hey, I got to get back to work or whatever. Don't take it too personal. All right, let's get back to
it. With a bank, and this week we learned that Lynn Simoniak will be paid $18 million for uncovering a massive foreclosure fraud. On Monday, 4 top banks agreed to pay $95 million to settle charges that they used fraudulent paperwork in thousands of foreclosures. Simoniak discovered the scheme while fighting her own foreclosure. It was in 2008 that Lynn Simoniak got her foreclosure notice. In the first court appearance, her bank said that it had lost her paperwork. The case wasn't going anywhere until the bank came back to court a second time. They found all of your paperwork more than a year after they initially said that they had lost it.
Yes.
Did that seem suspicious to you?
Yes, absolutely. And what do you imagine? It fell behind the file cabinet? Where was all of this? We had it, we own it, we lost it. And then more recently, everyone is coming in saying, hey, we found it. Isn't that wonderful?
Simoniak is a lawyer with special training in spotting forgeries. She got a hold of the bank's newfound mortgage documents and saw that they were signed by a bank vice president named Linda Green. Next, Simoniak went online and looked at hundreds of Florida mortgage records.
Then I began to find the strange signatures.
She found Linda Green had many signatures, and Green was a vice president at a lot of banks, all at the same time. Green had signed thousands of documents.
All within the same week. I mean, this is a very, very active person.
In a 60 Minutes investigation, we tracked the Linda Green paperwork to a document mill here in Georgia. So you're Linda Green?
Yes. Can't you tell?
Chris Pendley showed us how he and other low-wage employees signed documents as Vice President Linda Green. Simoniak had discovered a secret. Back when the banks were making a fortune churning out mortgages, the paperwork was sloppy. When the foreclosure wave hit, a lot of that paper was missing, and that's what the document mill was trying to replace.
In my mind, this is an absolute intentional fraud.
Simoniak filed a whistleblower lawsuit on behalf of the federal government under the False Claims Act. Her $18 million is a percentage of the money that the government recovered.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Yep. And look, they doesn't change though. This is the thing. Nothing has changed. Yeah, damn, right, Nate? Damn. Telling you, I do this. I see these all the time, man. It's the same game. I'm just saying, same game. See, but in California, you have these. California is a non-judicial foreclosure state. Let me show you something real quick. Let's go. Let's do it like this. I'm gonna go to my chat. I'm gonna go to my conversations. Okay. Give me the difference between a non-judicial and judicial foreclosure. I need also the fraud and deceptive practices that come with it. Include all of the consumer acts, i.e. RESPA, TILA, FCRA, FDCPA, etc. Draco, what's going on, brother? What's going on? What's going on? Here we go. Here we go. Let me stop the screen. Let me bring the screen back up. So I got one screen going. I could go jump back and forth. Bam. All right. So you heard my question. There it is. So let's break it down. Core difference, judicial versus non-judicial. All right. Judicial foreclosure. Lender files a lawsuit in court. Borrower is formally served and can respond. Judge refuses. Judge reviews evidence and issues judgment. Key features, due process protections. Standing must be proven. Discovery is available. Slower, more expensive for lender. Where fraud shows up, fabricated or robo-signed assignments, false affidavits. And that's what they call them, robo-signed assignments. Robo-signed assignments, that's where you had that girl that was that man that was doing all that signing. False affidavits, standing defects. But the key, you have a courtroom to challenge it. Non-judicial foreclosure, trustee sale, power of sale. California foreclosure. No lawsuit filed based on a power of sale clause in the deed of trust. Trustee conducts sale administratively. Key features, no judge involved, no automatic right to trial, extremely fast. Burden shifts to borrower to sue to stop it. Where fraud shows up, false notices of default, unauthorized substitutions of trustee, fabricated assignments, dual tracking, foreclosure while negotiating loan mod. You see what I'm saying? They foreclosing and doing loan mods at the same time, what the dude was saying prior about these loan mods. You want to do a modification. A loan mod is a settlement. It's done. It's paid. It's over. Now we're doing something else, but at the same time, you are foreclosing. Right? Failure to contact borrower. In reality, they take the property first, you fight after. That's a non-judicial foreclosure. That's California, amongst other places. Why non-judicial states have more abuse? Non-judicial system create a perfect storm. No judge reviewing evidence up front. Trustee acts on lender instructions. Not neutral in practice, as a trustee should be. Documents are recorded, not verified. Courts often limit review later. Summary UD proceedings. This is exactly why courts like Ivanova versus New Century Mortgage. Sierrata versus U.S. Bank. Recognized void versus voidable foreclosure distinctions. Fraud and deceptive practices. Chain of title and assignment fraud. The robo-signing. Standing fraud. Entity foreclosing does not own the note. Servicer acting without authority. Trust claiming loans outside closing dates. Securitization defects. No, you guys don't really understand this. Just roll with me. Payment, accounting fraud, misapplied payments. Notice of fraud, false notice of default. No proper borrower contact, dual tracking. Federal Consumer Protection Law where violations occurs. RESPA, the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, like the guy said. Here it is. Take your time. Truth in Lending Act, Regulation Z. Violations here. Take your time. Fair Credit Reporting Act. Violations here. Dispute strategies, right? Take your time. Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. Take your time. Here it is. Additional federal state overlap. CFPB, right? That's Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. California HBOR, which is home borrower owner rights. Home buyer ownership rights, right? If applicable, borrower contact requirements, single point of contact, private right of action, strategic reality. Here it is. This is something that is very important. Go ahead, mute up real quick, J-Dub. Mute your mic.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Yeah, what's going on, Doris? Peace. Nate, what's going on, brother? What's going on, brother? What's going on? All right. So this is very important. Even if you have a mortgage, these principles still apply. You need to go look, right? Have your documents in order. Then look and see who you're paying. But this is like full-fledged. This is crazy. I'm showing you stuff from a long time ago. This lady got $18 million. 18 of them. And they still ain't stopped. They like, shit, we shelled out 8. It's like, no, she got a portion of it. It was 18 million she got, but they shelled out way more than that. It still ain't stopped them. And ain't nobody stopping them.
Woman had her own fight with a bank, and this week we learned that Lynn Simoniak will be paid $18 million for uncovering a massive foreclosure fraud. On Monday, 4 top banks agreed to pay $95 million to settle charges that they used fraudulent paperwork in thousands of foreclosures.
They paid off $95 million. She got 18 of that. And pretty much when she took the 18 million, she got the interview, and I guarantee you ain't never heard from her again. And look at her name. Simoniak. See what I'm saying? Yeah.
Simoniak discovered the scheme while fighting her own foreclosure. It was in 2008 that Lynn Simoniak got her foreclosure notice. In the first court appearance, her bank said that it had lost her paperwork. The case wasn't going anywhere until the bank came back to court a second time. They found all of your paperwork more than a year after they initially said that they had lost it.
Yes.
Did that seem suspicious to you?
Yes, absolutely. And what do you imagine? It fell behind the file cabinet? Where was all of this? We had it, we own it, we lost it. And then more recently, everyone is coming in saying, hey, we found it. Isn't that wonderful?
Simoniak is a lawyer with special training in spotting forgeries. She got a hold of the bank's newfound mortgage documents and saw that they were signed by a bank vice president named Linda Green. Next, Simoniak went online and looked at hundreds of Florida mortgage records.
Then I began to find the strange signatures.
She found Linda Green had many signatures, and Green was a vice president at a lot of banks, all at the same time. Green had signed thousands of documents.
All within the same week. I mean, this is a very, very active person.
In a 60 Minutes investigation, we tracked the Linda Green paperwork to a document mill here in Georgia. So you're Linda Green?
Yes. Can't you tell?
Chris Pendley showed us how he and other low-wage employees signed documents as Vice President Linda Green. Simoniak had discovered a secret. Back when the banks were making a fortune churning out mortgages, the paperwork was sloppy. When the foreclosure wave hit, a lot of that paper was missing, and that's what the document mill was trying to replace.
In my mind, this is an absolute intentional fraud.
Simoniak filed a whistleblower lawsuit on behalf of the federal government under the False Claims Act. Her $18 million is a percentage of the money that the government recovered.
In California. That's all coming up. I'm Carl DeMaio, chairman of Reform California and a California state legislator representing District 75 in the state assembly. You know that politicians believe that there are two sets of rules. Rules for you and then no rules for them. They are on the take. Not all of them. There are some really good public servants. I don't want to brush with too broad a brush, but there's a whole lot of corruption and self-dealing going on in California state and local politics. And we've got a whole laundry list of gifts that they've been getting from special interests, lavish travel expenses that they're paying for using campaign money. They're living high on the hog. They're even lining up future lobbying jobs while they're in office and engaging in insider trading. We're going to go through each of the examples, but we have a bill that would ban all of this. It's called Cut the Politicians' Perks Act of 2025. I've introduced it in the state legislature, but it's also something that we are going to continue to try to apply from the outside by getting candidates to pledge to support the no perks approach. Because as a member of the legislature, I am on a gift ban that I've self-imposed. It's not required under law, but I say no perks. I gave up my pension when I was on the San Diego City Council, walking away from a $500,000 package. It's insane. So you can either get politicians to self-impose the pledge, or as we would like to achieve, pass a law that would end the perks for politicians. We can't do this without your help. I'm going to go through the examples in just a moment of all the self-dealing that they're engaging in. But go to the website reformcalifornia.org. That's reformcalifornia.org. That is the main hub.
Why do you stop it? Aton.
Oh yeah, damn, I was on mute. No, I said Darvis put it there to sound drop. I just want to make sure that the chat can hear it. I know you can hear it.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah, if you can hear it, then they can hear it. All right, we keep going.
Hub of resistance in California. No, not the crazy left resistance. I'm talking about constitutional resistance. Freedom fighters trying to take back our state from the insanity of the far left. If you have not already signed up to be part of Reform California, it's free. Go to the website, reformcalifornia.org, go to the bottom and put in your first name, your last name, your email, phone, and zip code. This way we can get you our voter guide when the elections come up, but also advise you and keep you informed on breaking news, what we're finding through our Doge California investigations, because you're not going to hear the truth from the liberal media. We'll get that to you every Friday in the form of an email, newsletter. You can share it with your, can't do anything without your help. We get no funding from money, honey. It starts to flow in. It's corruption. It's legal, unfortunately, and it needs to end. So the first way they do this is these politicians have granted themselves exemptions from laws that you have to comply with. We're talking about labor laws that businesses have to comply with, that the politicians impose on all businesses in the state of California. The legislature has exempted itself. They've also exempted themselves from open meeting and open government laws. Public Records Act requests are not honored in the state capitol. All of their documents are secret. They get to sign non-disclosure agreements with special interests. So first thing first is we have to open the books up and require that they live under the same laws as the rest of us. No exemptions from any laws. Second thing, the politicians in California are able to collect gifts. Special interests will be able to give them up to $600 each individual, each group per year. So a legislator could literally go to 10 companies and get $600 from each of them, and that's $6,000. And then the next day, go to another 10 individuals and get $600 from each of them. They're able to get gifts, direct gifts, just because. When was the last time a complete stranger gave you $600? When was the last time, oh, I don't know, 100 strangers gave you $600? Well, California legislators in 2023 alone got $1.4 million in free gifts. $1.4 million in free gifts just in 2023, and that's just what they've reported. A lot of gifts are under the reported value, so they don't have to report it. There's a de minimis threshold. And I'll tell you this, many politicians don't even report the gifts. Again, I've applied a no gift ban in my office. I don't even let people buy me a cup of coffee. I can buy my own food, buy my own drinks. Thank you very much. Don't need free travel. So these groups get together, and the $600 limit, by the way, is only one element. That's on a just direct gift that someone gives you. What we also are seeing are various so-called nonprofit groups funded by industry, by corporations, by labor unions, by lobbyists, that then give a trip to Hawaii to legislators. Oh yeah, Google Hawaii trip California legislature. The stories are obscene. So gifts are one way that politicians are able to use their office for freebies. And it's 1.4 million. In San Diego, Mayor Todd Gloria, who's been in politics since 2008, has taken over $500,000 in gifts personally. Gloria is the gift queen of Southern California. Always out there. Give me the goodies. Give me the goodies. Todd, gift queen Gloria. $500,000. Well, have you received $500,000 in gifts in the last decade? Probably not. Oh, but some politicians are. It's not even gifts. What they also do is they raise money into their campaigns, and then they book lavish trips, have expensive 5-star dinners, and charge it to the campaign card, and they call it a political expense or fundraising expense. Oh, I was meeting with a
What you got, brother? I ain't gonna do the long one today. I'm gonna try to keep this.
That's all good.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do the long. Yep. What's going on, my brother?
Man,
I don't know. How much did you hear? Did you hear the mortgage stuff?
the motherfucker who was raised in California, bro, LA. Nigga, we seen all this shit happen.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Did you see the mortgage stuff too?
Yeah.
The mortgage videos I put up there? Man, that's what I'm saying. That's 14 years ago. They still doing this out here, man. They ain't even stopped. That's why I say these attorneys. That's why I like what this dude said right here. Did you hold on, let me pull this guy back up. I like what he was saying. Just a last little tip. What he was saying. Hold on, let me pull it up. I don't know if you saw that, but I gotta hear this again. This thing right here.
So many tools. There are so many tools at the disposal of the appropriate attorney who's smart and tough enough to file suit in federal court and take appeals to the New Jersey Supreme Court if necessary to make a difference in people's lives. I know what I'm doing, and I know what I'm telling you. You need to not talk to lawyers who are just going to defend. Don't do it. It's a waste of your time. It's a terrible decision. It's a terrible choice. I fight. Look, those 3 cases I just told you about, Block, Willoughby, Soros, I didn't tell you about. Soros, I won a case in which, in Soros, oh, I love this one.
That's the one.
In Soros, the plaintiff and its lawyer tried to get from my client a judgment in a foreclosure case for money he didn't know. And we told the lawyer, look, guys, you can't do this. My client doesn't know the money. He paid the insurance. You can't do it. They did it anyway. So what did we do? We sued the lawyer directly, the lawyer, in federal court for violating debt collector federal statutes for trying to collect the wrong amount of money. They went nuts and they lost and they paid. And when I'm,
you know what I mean?
Aton.
You know what I mean?
Aton, we old enough to see the hustle now.
Yeah.
You see the game that's being played. Anything you acquire, they done figured out a way to take it from you.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one way they can't take it from you. And that's the oldest way going. And that's a trust.
Shit, they taking them too.
It's hard as fuck to take trust away.
Man, let me tell you something. I got a couple situations, a few situations I've been dealing with where these properties is under trust, but they work in the system. They work in the system. They work in that courtroom. They doing a lot of different things. And like we talked about yesterday, like I was saying, they're getting people to subject themselves to jurisdiction. It's the whole jurisdiction thing. That's what they're doing, man. They working that. And they can't do it anymore after 2008 when Obama did that, you know, what he did the bailout. He did bail them out, but at the end of the day, there was things put in place where they couldn't do them anymore. So they had to figure out a way to do it hands-free. How about I go ahead and do a charge-off, but I take that, I once I do the charge-off, I can actually take it after 91 days, right? After 91 days, it's account receivable. After 90 days, on the 91st day, it's accounts receivable. I make a claim on the insurance, I get paid, and then I sell the note at a discount, right? When I sell it at a discount, it might be $100,000. Let's just say $100,000 mortgage. I sell it for 10. I get 10 plus on top. I get the insurance claim on the note on this bad debt, and then guess who picks it up? Right? It's the same people that's actually bringing the claim in there in the name of that entity that's supposed to be on there. This is what he said is clear. Yeah, we're going to get you on Fair Debt Collection Practices Act violations, bro, because you are collecting a debt. See what I'm saying? So the attorneys, these attorney firms, any attorney firm that you know that is involved in this, in any car, mortgage, credit card, loan situation, that is a corrupt law firm. They're operating as pirates, as straight piracy. That's all I'm saying.
No, I feel you. I just tackle a little different because I understand that my entity with my name on it is just that, an entity. Now, who controls the entity is the difference between freedom and slavery. Now that I know how to control the entity, I know how to work with the entity.
Well, under the circumstances, though, you know, you get up in that courtroom, man, you got to know how to perform. You got to really put on a show.
No, you ever see? Okay, listen.
Let me tell you something. Let me finish my end, and you can give me yours. There's more than one way to skin a cat. We talk about people that don't know what we know, right?
Go ahead.
That do not know what we know. We're talking about people that are your common folk, retired, got a job, or whatever it might be, right? They know, get a lawyer. But once they get into these mortgage situations, ain't no lawyer touching that. And if they touching it, just like he said, all these lawyers gonna do is try to defend. They're not gonna come on the offensive, meaning put in a counterclaim. They're not gonna provide the affirmative defenses and bring a counterclaim at the same time. That's all I'm saying. It's not gonna be possible. Now, if you represent yourself, you gotta stick to the one major thing that you have that is your only suit of armor in this situation. That is consumer law. Validation.
But that's what all law is, consumer law. That's all it's about, is about money.
But they disguise it. This is what I'm saying.
If you're not mature enough to understand you're here so they can get some money or your time or both. But now my understanding, and I find myself in a situation where it makes total sense. If you have to come to court in any situation, they would have to prove the entity. I'm not there in that capacity. I'm there as the individual who controls the entity. So now you have anything against this entity, it is your obligation to prove the entity. If he does not appear, you don't have a case.
But you got people, see, but this is where it goes wrong. The only rules, what is it? Rule 12. Rule 12 or Rule 17. The only person that could bring a claim into the court is a real party in interest.
Yes.
They have to prove that they are the real party in interest. But if you come in, if they come in and say, well, you ain't paid in 90 days, and you're in default, and then you come in and say, well, you need to prove something. Then they say, well, you ain't paid. You ain't did this. You're like, wait a minute. You've already lost. You've already submitted to the jurisdiction versus what I was talking about, special appearance. You can't just come in and say, hey, I'm going to answer. You have to make sure you verify the whole dynamics of who the parties are. Last time I checked, this instrument that they brought into the case states that it's another company. It's ABC company, and this is XYZ company. Okay, where is this? Where is that? Where is this? And where is that? Now, usually that falls under emotional quash. First, you can't really answer those things, but you can make mention of it. So when you make mention of it, you say, hey, that's improper service. That's when you get into the language you're talking about, D, because you say, wait, that ain't me. That name ain't me.
No,
they can't prove it. And the service wasn't proper. Wait a minute. Hear me out, man. Hear me out. I've done this a few times. Hear me out. The service wasn't proper because they ain't served the proper person. The service wasn't proper. How you say that? Well, when you serve a summons, it has to be served personally. It has to be served on the person. Can't just be served willy-nilly and posting it and saying that you tried and you attempted. Nah, you have to serve it personally. Now, on top of that, you're going to say, well, that's not me. When you get into court, then you say, that's not me, because you already made statements. That name is a misnomer, a fictional name that might be trying to identify the real party in interest. And that's when I say I'm the real party in interest, because this is my land, my home, my house, my real estate. I have all this. I have homestead, adverse possession, everything. Now, you have nothing but an attorney that is making a complaint and has a declaration behind it. Where is the real party in interest? You already violated rule. I can't remember the rule. I think it's rule 2 something. Rule 2 something in California, but it's rule 17, and what you would consider to be a real party in interest. The only one that could bring a claim is the real party in interest. That's someone that has first-hand knowledge of the facts and knows you personally. But you have the judge. You have the clerk and you have the judge. They are looking at these complaints and they know these complaints are dead on his face, because the bottom line is there's no declaration from anybody from the company that is supposed to be the plaintiff. That is your 101 way to kill a case.
All right. I mean, everybody, like you said, everybody do it different.
I mean, you said no. You said no. Okay, tell me why no. Tell me why no.
First of all, I'm here in this courtroom as a fiduciary, in the fiduciary capacity of an entity. So now you, as the plaintiff, you have to produce the entity to the court. So you have to make a human body walk in that's Derek Cobb. I am the fiduciary, Derek Cobb, over his estate, which is the number that you have on that docket, which is my social security number. Okay, you still got to produce him. If he did something wrong, produce him.
Now you're talking more on the level of criminal. I'm talking about foreclosures. I'm talking about people getting their shit snatched. Like, you wake up in the morning, your car is gone. They didn't send somebody to come bring a truck and just scope you out. They've been watching your movements. Next thing you know, you come out of the store, you come out of your home, your car's gone.
That's a stolen vehicle.
But we're not talking about that. Just yeah, you're getting ahead of me. What I'm saying is, you got people that have made a full claim in this whole little issue. You have went from homeowner to tenant in a matter of minutes, because now they're saying, we bought this house, you get out. When you have a full grant deed, even if you ain't got no trust, you got a full grant deed. You have title insurance, homeowners insurance. You pay the taxes. You're a steward of the land. You have the property in fee. You have what it says in Schedule B, Schedule A of title insurance at closing through escrow says that you are the owner in fee simple. You're the owner of the estate and land in fee simple. Doesn't mention property, none of that. The only encumbrance that might be there, and they later started adding this after 2012, that they was adding the mortgages. But it usually used to say, or any other encumbrances that might be do. But they never mentioned the mortgage. Now they're mentioning it. See, but that's a whole nother conversation. And they're telling you that you're a tenant in a unlawful detainer landlord tenant court, saying that you're a tenant, but you have instruments that are saying that you are the owner of the land and estate in fee simple. What is that? What is that, man? I mean, that don't make no damn. This is what I'm saying. But there's no verifications. There's no verified statements, declarations, or affidavits from anybody from them companies that these lawyers are bringing these claims in the name of. I'm just saying. That's about as simple as it may be. That's why I said it goes to the judge. The judge should be kicking that shit out.
Have they ever done that in the history of this country?
No, but they should.
Okay, so
I mean, way back 40, 30 years ago, yeah, they was kicking them things out. They weren't able to get them in there. That's what I'm saying about California. California is the first non-judicial foreclosure state. California is the first non-judicial foreclosure state because they had to figure out how to circumvent the court process, the judicial process of Article 3, in order to steal land and then be able to get the county, the city, the state involved with the court in order to do a low-key, under the radar, eminent domain. They're doing real estate investment transactions in court. If you actually look at the documents, they're doing real estate investment assignments in court. And guess who's the assignee? Guess who's acting as the servicer or the middleman for the assignee? The judge and the clerk. The clerk is his accountant.
This is nothing new.
No, it is new. It's new to the people listening.
It's new to them. Okay, well, where in the hell?
All right, so let's act brand new then. Let's act brand new.
Okay, what I'm saying is, if you ain't knowing that these people are here to take whatever you've gained because of history, because that's what they tried to do to your mom, that's what they tried to do to your grandma, and that's what they tried to do to your great-grandma, and I can keep going.
But that's the same thing Chief I Am was saying yesterday.
So now
I told him, I know what I know. I told him I know what I know. But if I need my car to get fixed, I ain't fixing that, man. I'm taking to an expert that knows how to do it. I don't have to know everything. But I'm pretty sure everybody that has been in this situation or has not been in a situation but actually own a house really knows or believes that they own the house.
Okay, well, what you believe and what you know is two different things.
Okay, but at the end of the day, the document says that.
Okay, now where should the document be?
Tenant? Wait a minute, it's the process.
That document be?
People did that. No. Because now you're misleading the people. Because the bottom line is everything that you know is that you own that house. Now, why are people doing something that's called a non-judicial foreclosure, meaning without a judge. They're filing documents in court. They're not filing documents in court, but they're filing documents in land records saying that they actually bought the house from the owner. If I can pull up documents, I'm going to go through a whole thing and I'm going to show you redacted what these documents read and how to read them. Because the bottom line, they're saying that American Business, None of Your Business, or Tamila Murphy, or Derek, or Coach J, then sold them the house for this amount of money. But guess what? None of us received a check. Now, come on, man. Keep your 10 toes down, brother. Keep your 10 toes. Look, anybody sell the houses and so-called did that, you don't know nothing about it, and then you receive something saying somebody own it, you don't know nothing about it, and they say that, and you look at it, you say, I sold who, what, for how much? Nigga, where's my check? I'm going to find it. I need to contact any and everybody. I need to contact any and everybody about who got my money. You tell me I owned it and then I sold it? Nah. Nope. Nah, man.
Okay, Aton. Simply, we as a people need to understand that the entity that you call your name and social security number is an entity. Now the question is, who controls it, you or them? That's the difference between public and private. When you control it, it's private. Now, under those circumstances, you can't take shit from me because you don't even know what I have. So as long as people are operating the way you're saying, the regular way, in the public, these things will happen. Because the game is rigged for them to win, not you. But the game has always had a side for you to win. We just never was told
that. I get it.
When they created the entity, they didn't tell you that you could control it and they can. They only showed you that they can. For the last 3 generations.
Yeah. See, this is where we have taken that information these cats was giving out all over these last 20 years and got the shit all fucked up. I'm going to keep it a buck. Tamila, no, you are not the agent for the all caps name. That's out. You are not the agent. You're not the agent. If you want to be the agent, then you can. You are not the agent. You are a beneficiary of it, of that all caps name. That's what the 60KV Act is about, the beneficiary. Right? So you're not the agent. What they do is they make you the agent. It ain't the agent, they make you the surety of it. They put you in a fiduciary position. The fiduciary, let's look up what a fiduciary is supposed to do. Let's look that up real quick, since y'all want to talk about it. All you people that think you know everything, let's talk about it. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something real quick. Fiduciary. Duty. Nah. Okay, duties. Here you go. Nah. I don't want that one. There we go. All right. Fiduciary duty is a legal obligation bestowed upon a person who has been given the authority to act on behalf of another person or entity. Who did that? Who did that? Hold on. Hold on, teaching moment. Just be patient. I'm talking to you, and I'm talking to Milla in there. That's my sister. She cool with me, but she got knowledge. But let's break it down. Who has been given the authority to act on behalf of another person or entity? Now, where does that fall into the living man or woman being a fiduciary? That's number one. That's out. Strike one. A fiduciary relationship exists whenever one party explicitly or sometime implicitly places trust and confidence in another, and the other party accepts responsibility to act on their behalf. When did that happen? Strike two. When did that happen? Tamila? This obligation requires fiduciary to act in the best interest of that person, not for their own personal gain. Now, you telling me that you're going to be a fiduciary and not get no gain out of it? Is that the game? Foul ball. That ain't strike three yet. I got more. Now, it says there are many types of fiduciary relationships which give rise to fiduciary duties, such as between agents and principals, attorneys and clients, and trustees and beneficiaries. So which one you want to be, the trustee or the beneficiary? Do you want to be the principal or do you want to be the agent? Do you want to be the client or do you want to be the attorney? Which one? So you telling me that you're the attorney, agent, and trustee. Is that what you want to be? Foul tip. Still got some more. In agency law, a fiduciary relationship exists where one person, a principal, manifests assent to another person, an agent, to act on their behalf. Now, who is the only one that can manifest? Who is the creator? Who is the one? Is it the living man or is it the agent? Which one is it? Which one do you want to be? Strike three. Now, let me give you some extras that you can walk on with while you're walking back to the dugout, thinking about why you struck out. And subsequent fiduciary duties fall into three categories: the duty of obedience, loyalty, and care. Directors of corporations are charged with such fiduciary duties. I mean, come on, do I need to say more? Come on. Now, we're going to get into some other parts right here, real quick. Yeah. Let me give me the 5 plus duties in order. In order of a fiduciary. Bam. Bam. Let me go here. What are the fiduciary duties? Here we go. Found one. Duty of care, the duty of loyalty, the duty of confidentiality. That means you don't give up no information. The duty of accounting. Let's read this one. Fiduciaries must use industry standard appropriate accounting methods to track all of their principals' financial transactions. A fiduciary has the responsibility of ensuring that all transactions made in the name of the principal are lawful and to ensure that the principal's assets are safeguarded and properly accounted for. Obedience. What about payment? Hold on. What about payment? Is a fiduciary / trustee duty to pay? Bam. 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 A fiduciary trustee has a duty to manage, distribute trust assets in the best interests of the beneficiaries, which may include making payments as specified in the trust agreement. However, they are not obligated to pay out funds unless it aligns with the terms of the trust and the beneficiary's interest. Now, in closing, these agreements that you get into, little do you know they're all trust relationships, right? Remember I was talking about, well, you don't know, Derek, but what I was showing earlier and some of these other things I was showing in corporate jurisdiction, banks and bankings, deposits, and by definition, those deposits actually create trust relationships. The donor in the power of appointment creates trust relationships where you give power to another, the donee, to do a thing and exercise power on their behalf. What position do you want to be in? That's what I'm saying. How are you considered to be the agent of something that was created on your behalf? i.e. Sister KV, that you was born and didn't have no knowledge of. It had to be for your benefit, not for you to be enslaved, right? Or no? All right, I'm done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
In the capacity of dealing with an entity, you want to be in control of the entity. As a fiduciary, are you gonna tell on yourself?
Look.
Okay. So if you wouldn't tell on yourself,
you said that ain't you. But you gonna tell me you're gonna come in as a fiduciary, then you have knowledge that is not you, but that is something connected to you in some form of fashion.
No.
Trust.
That is an entity.
All right.
See, that's why when you looked up fiduciary, it showed you persons or entity. See, I am a real person controlling my entity. So therefore, if you have a charge against this entity, bring him in. That's my job. Because if you can bring him in, this entity is already deceased. So you're bringing in a corpse. My social security number is an entity. Your social security number is an entity. And every other copper-colored American is an entity that you should be in control of. Period. Because when you can open and close this account, you have access to your own assets. And that's private.
Yeah, hold on real quick. What did Tamila say? She's saying, I'm the agent when they have me filing and sign over all Cap's name, social security. Boy. All right. All right, so look. Here's what I'm saying. You can occupy all positions, but you gotta have some control. What I'm talking about is a mortgage. No trust, no nothing. Joe and Jane Blow. Joe and Jane. This is Mr. and Mrs. Joe and Jane Blow.
You have no protection.
Yes, you have protection. You still have protection. You said that consumer law is the law. So what do you mean you have no protection? You telling me the Constitution don't exist?
No, you can get scammed.
I mean, but even
if your assets aren't protected in a private trust, you can get scammed.
Man, it's 4:15. It's 4:15.
Answer this question.
All right.
This question. Name a rich person today that does not have a estate and trust.
Man, I don't know.
Okay, there are none.
Who don't? You said there is nobody?
Rich people keep their assets in estate and trust, period. And I mean rich like billions.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna tell you how cocky I am.
Okay.
I don't need none of that. And I can still enforce the estate and trust. That's how cocky I am.
However you want
I
to
do
protect
not
yourself.
need it.
Okay, that's fine. However
If
you want to
there's
protect
some
yourself.
accounting, if there's some accounting to be done and I need to get in on it, trust me, I'm gonna get in on it. That's all I need to do. Look, everything is already set up to be what it is. If I don't have it at that point in time, or if I don't have it secured, I can get it secured. I can set something up at all different junctures of any transactions that I do. I can secure them all separately. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, under the United States Code and tax law, I can secure them all separate transactions. They don't have to be in one. I can get control over all of them. I sure can.
Did you say the key word? You can protect them all.
No, I can secure them all. I didn't say protect them.
Secure is protection. That's what that means.
No, not protection. Securing means that I got control. I ain't protecting nothing. I ain't protecting nothing. There's other parties that still got to get. No, that means that I'm first in line. That means I got the security interest in it. That don't mean I'm protecting it. That means I'm first in line. Anybody want to get paid? I got to get paid first. Anybody making a claim? Tell me you got a more superior claim than I do.
Okay, well, I'm protecting what I own.
There's still taxes to be paid. There's still other things that need to be paid. I'm not saying dodge your payments. I'm not saying none of that. What I'm saying is that if there's something going on around here that I don't know about outside of me having to pay this little mortgage, I need to know about it. And if you're trying to make a claim, I'm going to come in there and say, here you go. Blah. On top of that, here, how much y'all need? How much y'all want? Here, bam. Okay, we're going to take out all the discrepancy, all the misunderstanding. Now let's get back to who's the real party. Because we're dealing with land, right? Land and estate. That's what we're dealing with. All this unsecured, these floating numbers of contracts and this and that. I don't know nothing about that. I wasn't given full disclosure, and we could talk about that too. We get all discrepancy out the way. And then you say, okay, you're a real party. Now, I don't have no problem paying you. I have no problem paying you, Derek. But you got to show me, based on what you provided, that I have to pay you. Now, there's no discrepancy. I just said I will pay you right now if you can prove that I owe you. There it is. You a new party. I don't know you. I had an agreement with Tamula. Tamula, you came in. He's like, well, shit, she sold it. I got it now. Okay, well, shit, where Tamula at? Tamula gone. I don't know. Calling Tamula phone don't work. I said, shit. Now I got to pay you. I ain't paying you shit. Well, shit, here you go. I got this document right here. Where's the original contract? Or if you got an assignment, let me know this level assignment and I'll pay you. There ain't no problem. See, that ends all the controversy. See? Simple.
I mean, I feel you. You good?
All right, cool. All right, bro. All right. That's what I'm talking about, Derek. That's a good way to play it. Now you can get into the other things now. You know what I'm saying? It's easy money. After that, that's easy money.
I mean, that's your way.
That's the only way.
No, it's not the only way.
It's the only way for somebody who does not have their estate trust established where they have full control. If it's still floating around, that's the only way to do it. You have consumer rights. Your consumer rights is all you have. Your consumer rights are protected by the Constitution. your civil, and your common law, right? Once you get into all these different things, if they bring you in there and you in court at this point in time, boom, that's just where it's at. If you're bringing a claim, then you got to know how to bring it so that way you're not bringing in statutory things. Hey, do you have rights to title? Show me your documents. But really, now it's at the point where why would I bring somebody in where my documents say that this is my agreement and this other person is saying you owe me? And I'm like, where I owe you from? I already did my exhaustion of my administrative remedies over here with you. You ain't provided me nothing, showing me anything that's supposed to be original, authenticated, otherwise. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go file my claim this way. And I ain't going to tell you which way to go because I ain't giving legal advice or none of that. This just, we just entertaining up here. We just figuring it out as we go. We know nothing. So that's what I'm saying. Me, I file it this certain type of way. Boom, it's done. Because nobody knows who's who. Because guess what? I went and looked for that original one. I ain't existing no more. They out of business. Sure, I can get a quick summary on them. Man, under the circumstances, I go here, I take that here, I put this in a thing and boop the boop, wait a little bit more time, and damn. Now I got full throttle. Because if you bring somebody in, then that means you're telling the court or you're telling anybody else that these people actually are a real party and have some interest. But if they have no records of having any type of interest, then they can't be shown to have interest. So don't bring them in. Don't invite them to the party. That's what I say. If that made sense, I'm just babbling right now. I'm just babbling.
Everybody do it different.
Yeah.
See, I'm simple. I'm not the kind of person that's gonna go through all that with people.
Right.
Your attorneys and all that, I'm not gonna go through none of that. Because now you gotta prove to me and this court, nigga, we're the entity that you talking about.
Yeah, but you know what the X factor is, right?
What?
That's that riff that gonna come with the Billy Club and them guns talking about, hey, we got a writ. Talking about you gotta go.
No.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, do you understand that estate and trust are under the Treasury?
Yeah, I do.
That's do.
I can't confirm that, but that's what I hear.
The Treasury is a private entity.
That's what I hear.
No, that's the truth.
That's what I hear.
That's why the U.S. Treasury is different from everything else. It's not a part of the government, but it is a part of the government. It's not a part of the Federal Reserve Bank, but it is a part of the Federal Reserve Bank. Because these two entities are the entities in which this money that is always here in this treasury is moved around.
All right.
Now, anything that I have within this entity that is inside the treasury, you can't touch no way. Unless it's somebody inside the treasury. And then that's fraud.
All right, look, tomorrow I'm gonna go in on this, right? Yeah, I'll be trying to lead up certain things, yeah, but we're gonna go in. I'm gonna bring all this stuff back up. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna start redacting stuff. I'm gonna get a lot of redactions, bring some information up, and kind of lay it out. I gotta make sure information is redacted so people's information are protected. But we'll get into the information and the language that these people are using and go from there. Entertainment purposes only. That's it. We don't know what we're talking about. But yeah. We're gonna shut it down though.
That's what it's all about. For you to look stupid, but be smart.
I'm with that. Yes, sir.
Now, I'm smart enough and old enough and wise enough to realize, oh, okay, that's what you want? I'm gonna give you what you want. But now once I give you what you want, I realize that you're gonna let your guard down. Okay, I can make my moves. I just ain't gotta tell nobody. Private. Oh, okay. I get this shit now. It's not rocket science.
Right.
Like our ancestors set it up to where it'll never have to be rocket science. So their whole game was, we just can't let this information out as a whole. So let me give them some different information. That would be the whole rewriting of our history. We looking at them books from 18, 17, 16, and all this shit, learning all when the money right here.
Yeah, I feel you on that one.
Books aren't as important to me now that I understand how to write a check.
Yeah, books are just something like you see a good book that you know you can utilize, and you know when you ain't doing shit, you know, buy the book.
Yeah.
I mean, the best place to buy books nowadays is Goodwill.
I'm gonna tell you.
You got the old books. Look at that thing. You get them things for $1.99. Man, I done found so many treasures up in the Goodwill with them books. Man, exactly. I gotta go back and go get them.
If I could find a black lady who work in the IRS, and if I could find a black lady who worked like, huh?
I started laughing. You said find a black lady that can work in the IRS. What you go grab?
Well, okay. The one thing about the IRS, it makes sense that it works for you if you understand how it works. See, there are forms like the 1099, 1096, OID, and all those forms are 3-page forms. That's why they're carbon copied twice, because they're banking forms. That's why you can't get them online. You got to order those from the IRS. That's what I'm saying. Our money has always been there, set aside, and gaining valuable interest. We just didn't know that we can go get it. That's the game.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, you know, right now it's about community building. You know what I'm saying? Community building, community development. I mean, you know, you take over. You got the right pieces in place. You can actually take over a whole. You can pretty much have influence in a good 2-3 square mile radius, I would say.
I've learned that, nah, for real, you can really live like Indian, not taxed. That's for real.
Yeah.
Because like I learned that, okay, if you take out of circulation money and exchange it for in circulation money, you know that's creating national income. That's what that's called.
All right, my brother. Go get at it. Hey, Monday through Thursday, man, I'm here. All right. I'm gonna stop. Like today, I didn't even I messaged you and a few other people. I wasn't trying to do the whole thing. I'm only going. I was checking out to see who will actually come through. Without me chasing. I just did that. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody though. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying, like during the day, I be moving around, and that's why in the evening when I finally do get it to a point where okay, I'm gonna go ahead and smoke me a couple and chill. That's when I get on. You know what I'm saying? But like when you during the day, sometimes I'll catch it, but I won't be able to get on on the show because I'll be moving around having other conversations. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I don't want to be rude. But when I do, that's what I'm saying. Like normally I'll come and I'll sit in the garage and smoke me a couple and, just chill. And that's when I can, get my thoughts together. Cause I be thinking about this type of shit all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Like, it deals with my day.
I can tell. That's the first time I heard you. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta fuck with him. Yeah, I already know you serious about it. A lot of people just be talking about it.
No, well, Aton, I asked a question just in my head one day, and it seemed like my motherfucking grandparents in heaven been showing me the answers ever since. And that question was like, how come niggas been here so long and we don't own nothing? Like, what the fuck? And everything we use, like if you go to the grocery store, all the oldest shit on the shelf, like syrups and all just basic shit that's been around since the early 1900s, and nigga, we was eating that shit.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? Like, it just boggled my mind, like to a point where, like, what? Like, this don't make sense. Like, it's like you purposely holding something against us. And I was like, what the fuck? And that's when all the information started to flow in accordance to, like, how it go. Like, okay. That's why when people say like, oh, they're equal Americans. No, they're not. Nigga, you a U.S. citizen. You came here. And in 1902, they knew that. In the 1932, they knew that. In 1962, they knew that. 72, shit changed. Everybody becomes equal and we kumbaya and all this. Now we adults in the 90s. Now we here. Because now everybody feels like, nigga, we better than, no, nigga, we home. Nigga, you came here. The fuck you talking about?
Right.
When we're looking at the government blatantly give everybody else billions of dollars through scams, hustles, different ways, but we can't get nothing. You feel me?
Yeah. Well, like I said, to me, it's been the wrong avenue. And yeah, I think now this is why I'm here. So we can get a different focus and how we can approach this. Because, those who don't learn from history doomed to repeat it. And
if you guys play over and over again.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, think about this, Aton, for real. This flooding of immigrants in the last 6 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go back to 1924. Right. Go back to 1926. It's the same fucking play.
Yeah, you must came later because I said that shit. I was talking about Prop 187 and how they brought them white women into the workforce, and a lot of the brothers got up out of there. They kept the black women in the workforce, but the black men lost all of them nice city, state, county, nice little good jobs, man. Or they stayed at the lower levels.
But that's when, white woman get fired a black dude. White woman hire Mexican. Mexican get into her place when she retired. Now Mexican only hire Mexican.
Right.
Nigga, that's how we got here.
Yeah. Yeah, then after
Right?
that.
When we were 16, think about it. When we were 16, when we was 15, 16, 17, 18, everybody we knew worked at McDonald's. Burger King, nigga, something.
Yeah.
That was a teenage first job. And it was easy to get. No problem.
Yep.
Now they hired the first Mexican manager. They figured out the hustle. Because she never hired a black person again. They never blinked their eye. No one ever said nothing.
Yeah, I worked at the pizza joint, but my first job was at Jumbo at the supermarket.
Mm-hmm.
Bagging groceries. 16 years old.
Well,
bagging groceries.
You see what I'm saying? But now you look around today, it ain't no 16-year-olds working, and they sure ain't black.
Yeah, but
all fast food is all Mexicans because why?
We still had control of our communities, man. I mean, that Jumbo ain't there no more. That shit was, you can walking distance from where I live. Ride my bike. That thing ain't there no more. It's a carniceria. How you say that? Carniceria.
Right.
Yeah.
But you can see within our lifetime the flip. Because, like, nigga, when I was a kid, I can remember going to a black man at the gas station, a black man at the grocery store, a black man. You see what I'm saying? They was everywhere. Now you don't. It's hard, but they make it hard because they got a buffer class, and the buffer class is all these other motherfucking brown people that ain't on our team at all.
All right.
And they're getting paid from the other team who never liked us in the first place, which is the U.S. government, to run this scam, to be the buffer class. Okay, as long as we keep playing this game the way they want us to play it, we gonna lose. That's the bottom line. Well, they didn't tell you, nigga, you got a whole nother motherfucking way.
Yeah, losing, but not moving in a better position. Yeah, I see that. It's gonna be the regular run of the mill status quo.
Okay, I'll put it to you this way. The cold part is this way that I'm thinking about, nigga, the money is endless for everybody that look like us. Because once we start doing this, okay, it's all based on gold, right? We're using gold. We're trading gold certificates and silver certificates for Federal Reserve notes, which is national income. So now, therefore, the gold and silver that we have on reserve, nigga, that's going up. It's worth more and more. The more we use this money, the more we exchange, the more the gold goes up in value.
Right.
So it's endless money. Nigga, we could recoup the whole national income, nigga, just by just the way the paperwork rolls. And the whole thing about it is, what I like, what's sweet is it's all built on legality, law, constitutional, and your motherfucking Bill of Rights. Now, and doing business wise, nigga, it supersedes the whole Federal Reserve. You're using that as an entity in which to do business. How about that?
All right.
Right, what? What? So I've been using I've been using, hold on. You've been telling me I've been using tax forms wrong this whole time.
Hey man, we gotta talk about that later. See, you about to get into some other shit. Yep. I try to keep it below. Let me see if I can. Yeah, you have. But we'll leave it there. But like I said, tomorrow we're gonna go in. We definitely gonna go in. And I'm gonna hit you up.
No problem, man.
I tried to email you too, and that thing came back. I tried to email you too. That thing came back. I think you got like a spam block on it, which is good. I guess you got to send it.
I was looking at it today. My email address is here. I'll put it in the back real quick.
All right.
I was looking at it today because I was doing some paperwork and shit, and I was like, oh shit, this is motherfucker. Like, I'm old. I still do regular paperwork, and people be tripping like man, I make sure. This is how I know everything is everything. You know what I'm saying?
That's what keep your hand-eye coordination good too. Keep your mind fresh, your limbs working. Yeah, it's a lot to everything. You know, in martial arts, they used to call that what they call that. Where they do the thing in the sand. What is it? Not calligraphy. Is it calligraphy?
No, calligraphy is on paper.
Yeah, what they call that? They call it something where they. But yeah, that's shit. That's an art form. Like people don't understand about language.
Man, it come with age though.
But that's the email you put in last time, man.
No, that's the whole thing. That's the right.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
The right
but you had the other one. Let me see. Yep, I got 3414 and it said address not found. Look, send me an email, man. Just send me an email, and then we'll be able to work that out. Send me an email. Send me an email, and then we'll go from there. All right, my brother. I'm about to get up out of here.
All
right, my brother. Easy. All right, so look, appreciate everybody coming up here. And yeah, that's what we having. None of your business. Tamula Murphy, 710. 3 times indigenous, aka Nate. Richie Rich. Richie Rich. Yep, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yep. Rod Will. Big Dog Philly OG. Darvis. Smoke Signal. Superman. Old Dude. American Isness. Copper Colored Indian Goddess. Heartfelt Center, aka J Dub. And the rest of the people that was in the chat that didn't say nothing. I didn't want to talk to you either. How about that? How about that? We out. Appreciate y'all, man. We had fun. Hope everybody enjoyed it. If you didn't, well, you will eventually. Now, as I say, when the last song go off. It will be edited. Conversations, but it will be edited for the most part. But everything, the meat of everything that we got in is good. It'll be there. It'll be here for the rest of the evening till tomorrow. Enjoy. All right, y'all.
Yeah, I can get your land back. Yeah, I can discharge your debt. You gotta live by 5 principles before we just connect. Cause you could pose as my friend and then really be the threat. Like Brutus Lee Julius and them dudes that killed Malcolm X. Get your hand out of my pocket! Get your hand out of my pocket, nigga! Get your hand out of my pocket! Get your hand out! Brother, please. Getting remedies important. We make your lawyers lose their indemnity insurance. King Chameleon, private. I don't wanna be popular. Grandpapa, hunk papa, mama black mafia. Yeah, we them big owners holding rank. You call Rocket lawyer, I call the owner of the bank. He in the private at the temple, like Ginobili in the paint. And we got 3 militaries. We might be rolling in some tanks. While you balancing with a check gross, going to work for debt notes. Overtime all your life paying mortgages, then you left broke. Damn. Shout out to Mayweather, who's obviously woke. He settled $18 million with a promissory note. I'm not your corporation's chattel. This world gotta be a joke. Blind leading the blind, so we never gonna see.
But I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed.
Everybody fake woke while the president is asleep. So I introvert myself, cause it's evident to me. No one saves us but us. Buddha said it in BC. No title deeds, and just reference the evidence to me. Man, you don't own it, you a tenant, and it says it on your deed. You said with a sign, but didn't take the time to even read. There's gotta be an idiocracy. They call you crazy as Kanye, just for thinking logically. 2 million nationals backing us to stop who ain't stopping me. For instance, when Columbus came over here, they admitted Native Americans was already there. But if our kids take the test on who discovered land we on, and you say Native Americans, you get the question wrong. What? Don't lie to us, you are just a colonist. Can't hide the truth, we got all the proof from the anthropologists. We know the system now, it's time to get up out of it. But it's our fault, cause we fought so hard to be a part of it.
Now, I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that's the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there.
All people trying to burn us, out selling services with disclaimers, saying that it ain't for legal purposes. No cash, broke ass, internet burglars with temporary schemes and a lot of fraudulent dreams. Yeah, we got our own embassy, we got our own consulate, foreign administrations, and 3 armies on top of it. We live by 5 principles, but we'll die for this. Freedom back to the people, protect them from the apocalypse. I took that title that they gave me and I clouded it. That's what you say, that's the QB. I got a bond with this. My way of thinking pissed the military off. I ain't with their way of thinking, Roman military law. We coming peaceful outside the mosque and the cathedral, and we'll resort to violence. I gotta protect my people. They call us ghetto, they call us thugs. The only God they worship, guns, oil, and drugs. I'm on the block, Martin Luther King was shot, holding a gun that killed Kennedy, trying to find a remedy. You can't cancel me nor censor me with chancery and sensory, God-like energy to infinity. My actions are my testament. I got a lot of questioning. How Ben Frank was on 100 but was never president. You broke, you go to jail. You got money, you get right out. They lock you up for drugs, but they got coke in the White House. What? Don't move it. Don't move it. Yeah. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it.
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wives get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack, I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket, then I just might tax you punks. Racket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks, reacting to acid, you're begging to punch. Sometimes my community, hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it, no corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke, you still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me, weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper, land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it.
Gosh, baby.